the problem could be
Hi, morning, everybody.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, this
Morning.
is hi, morning, everybody.
Morning.
Right, it's glad to see everyone on. My name is Reginald. We're just going to hold on just for a few persons, but I just wanted to check. Are you all seeing my screen as yet? Let me just share it now. Tell me if you're seeing it.
Yes.
Yes, I'm seeing that screen.
All right,
Yes.
very good.
You're seeing it.
Right, so we're going to hold on just for a few minutes because I'm seeing just about 28 persons on. So we're just going to give them a little time. What I'll just ask is that persons mute in the meantime, and we'll begin in a few minutes.
Cool.
All right, good. So please.
Good morning. Anyone can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Most welcome. Hi, everyone. As mentioned in the chat, we're just waiting a few minutes for additional persons to join. We should commence maybe in about 5 minutes or so. Right. What I encourage persons is that once you're not commenting, just to mute your mics, just to reduce the background noise, please. A pleasant morning, everybody. Thanks so much for joining the session today. Thus far, I'm seeing about 62 persons on. So a pleasant morning. In terms of responding to questions that I may ask, you have the option of using the chat, and we'll be selective in terms of using the mic as well because of the number of persons. We just want to eliminate as much background noise. So we would be just cautious in terms of how we will use the microphones as well. Is everyone hearing me thus far? You could respond by chat if you're hearing me okay, or if you have any challenges hearing me.
Yeah, sounding good.
Good, right. So at least I got one verbal response, so thanks so much. So what we will do, as you would have seen in your schedule, we have quite a few things that we're going to cover today. So we're going to start this session with looking at the unit introduction. And just to let everyone know, we are still awaiting the guidelines for the first assignment, which will come after this weekend, which normally is what will happen. But of course, there have been some changes with regard to having online classes as opposed to how we do it face-to-face. So some of those changes are taking a little bit of time, but we should get everything in place for next weekend. But there are some things that I could share based on what I know. Right, one or two persons say they're not seeing me, so I hope that you're seeing me now. I wouldn't leave the video on all the time as well. I would take it off to put the still image as well. Right, so at least to begin, at least you have my video up. So let's commence right off. And we would begin, as I said, with the unit introduction. Right, and everyone has seen that, I would imagine, based on what persons told me in the chat. So we're going to begin. So in terms of the aims of this project management unit, as you're seeing on the screen there, basically the unit is divided into two parts based on the assignments. The first assignment was initially scheduled to be a group assignment, but because, again, of the social distancing, they're going to convert that into an individual assignment. They have removed some of the parts of that particular assignment to reduce it because it's no longer a group, but everyone will be asked to do a 5-minute recording of a presentation of the particular project brief and the project plan. We'll talk a little bit more about that. And then for the second assignment, we'll be looking at project management methodologies, of which students will be asked to choose one of the methodologies. They'll be assigned as the project manager, and there'll be a particular project that they'll be working on, and they'll be reviewing how that project management methodology could be used to address the concerns of the project, as well as there's no perfect project management methodology. A person, in being as critical in their thinking, could also look at it from the prospect of, are there any shortfalls with using this particular project management methodology? And as mentioned before, we would also look at trying to develop, again, persons' proficiencies. Now I'm seeing one or two persons saying that, well, the video quality is blurry because of the type of camera that I have is one of the older ones. I'm seeing one or two persons that are not hearing. So let me just see if I could make some adjustments in terms of the audio and see if I could increase that a bit. So just give me a second here. Right, so for those persons who said that they're not hearing me, is it any better now? And if not, if you could make any adjustment, because so far a number of persons are saying that they hear me okay. So just send me a chat. It's louder but distorted. Okay. Okay, so all right, too loud now. So I'll go back to the automatic adjustment because it's going to be challenging to just set it right for everyone. Right, so I'm going to put it back to the adjusted. Right, so I can't set it too loudly. Right, so persons are saying before was better. Tell me how it's sounding now. All right, so much better now. So I'll leave it as that, as the automatic setting. Right, as we said, we didn't get it too perfect. Technology has their little faults and we can't cater for everyone. But what I'm concerned about is that at least persons are hearing. All right, so we continue with the slide presentation. So as you're seeing on this slide, it's to enable you to consider the significance of project management and the role of the project manager in modern business. Again, we're going to go through several topics, which includes things like quality and risk management, scope management, which will be basically covering a number of knowledge areas as applied to project management. The main thing that they want to see too is our application of the things that we learn, and that's what we're trying to accomplish through this particular unit. It also mentions here, at the end of the day, it's how we could take some of the project management skills that we have learned and apply it in the workforce. Many of us may not be in a project environment, but we may be managing teams. So some of the principles that would be learned in this particular module could be applied to working in teams. The learning outcomes of the program are divided into two. And these are the two learning outcomes. The first of all, critical appreciation of project management to be able to define, plan, and deliver successful project management projects in the business area. And one of the methodologies that we'll be using is something referred to as the 4Ds. And the 4Ds refer to things like define, things like deliver, and things like develop as well. So those are some of the things that we'll be learning, as well as if you look at the second bulleted point, we'll be focusing on how we could scope a project. That is going to be the focus of the first assignment. How we could scope a project in terms of determining what the deliverables are, what are some of the key milestones, which are like major deliverables, how we could document some of the options that we would have considered, as well as state what those objectives are. And for one of the frameworks we'll be using for the objectives is something that you may be familiar with, something referred to as SMART objectives. So those will be some of the things that we'll be considering as we go further into the module. So this gives us a summary here of the learning hours. The only thing that has changed here is that even though in the second column to the left, we had 50 hours of scheduled learning, that would have normally been done in a classroom session. But of course, in our case, we're doing it via online classes, right? And I'm thankful for the response by Michael in terms of what SMART objectives are. So thanks so much for the share. So going back to the slide, in terms of some of the summary learning hours, this in a nutshell is just telling you that you have to manage your time. Most persons are glad for this format because it's one particular unit per grouping of time. So we cover one unit in 6 weeks. But in order to enable that, it means that it has to rely a lot on the specific work that you do on your own. So that's why you would have also seen some emails from me before where I would have sent some pre-session activities the more of those activities you cover, the more of independent reading that you do, it means it makes the content of the course a lot more manageable. So in total, even though we're doing 50 hours of scheduled learning, that doesn't stop there. There are a number of other things that you would also be responsible for, as highlighted on this slide. Now, going into the weighting of the particular assignment. For assignment number 1, it is weighted at 60%. So as we said before, this first assignment would have been considered a group assignment. It is no longer going to be a group assignment. It's going to be an individual assignment with a 5-minute recording where you describe what you presented. So the weighting for that is 60%. The second assignment is weighted at 40%. And that is a written assignment, maximum of 2,500 words, plus or minus 10%. And that is exclusive of the appendices, as we'll see coming up in the slides following. So in this slide, we look first at assessment number 1. And in assessment number 1, you would see demonstrated there, you have to do 6 to 8 PowerPoint slides, and with an accompanying 5-minute video presentation by the student. Now, I know some persons, as I'm already saying, they would be asking whether what format would the video be done in. That will be confirmed during the course of the week, right, in terms of the format that will be done. So it's a 5-minute video presentation by the student. And of course, the purpose of doing the 5-minute video is not to read it verbatim, but of course, to explain the approach. So it's only PowerPoint. So there's no additional Word document. It's just a 6 to 8 PowerPoint slide that you presented, plus a 5-minute video recording. So again, if you have any questions, feel free to use the chat to send some of your questions, right? Good. So this is with regard to assessment number 1. And of course, some further information is given here. In terms of some of the things that would be included, assignment number 1 is broken up into 2 things: the project overview and also the project plan. Now, normally, when we get a request from a customer with regard to a project, they will provide us a very rough detail of what they want. We refer to that according to Prince 2 as the project mandate. What the project manager does now, they take that information and provide more details. So of course, they'll have to engage the customer. They'll have to talk to what is known as stakeholders, which we'll mention a little bit later on. But the purpose here is for them to detail. So what you are doing in effect is that it comes as if the customer has come to you, and now what you're presenting to them, to the board or to the group, would be a project overview, and it mentions some of the things that would be included there, such as your business drivers, what has driven the business to take on this project. You'll be highlighting your project objectives in terms of how you meet the goals, some of the benefits, the assumptions, and the constraints. And then the second part of the presentation focuses on a project plan. All of this going into the PowerPoint presentation, where you'll be asked to deliver a communication plan, a work breakdown structure, an activity list network diagram with the critical part identified, as well as a risk register. All of these things we will be considering during class. Now, based on the questions that I'm seeing, for this particular assignment number 1, we're not concentrating on any particular methodology. The concentration on the methodology really comes in the second assignment. The only reason why I would have used, when I mentioned the project mandate, is because that's specific to Prince 2. but there's no specific methodology that is used per se for the first assignment. We focusing on those methodology come week 4, continuing down to the delivery of the second assignment. So I hope that answers any questions there. So that is with regard to assignment number 1, or we refer to it also as assessment number 1. So with regard to the 5-minute video presentation, as shown on the slide here, one of the things that we'll be focusing on, as mentioned before, is that you'd be focusing on some key points. You wouldn't be able to read the entire presentation that you have because that will take maybe longer than 5 minutes, but it almost comes as if it's a story that you're telling. So you need to highlight specific things in terms of giving the rationale, in terms of why you took the approach, what you'd be featuring as the case may be. And we will provide some further detail when it comes to that. Good. So now we move on to assessment number 2. With regard to assessment number 2, here's where we get into the particular project management methodologies. So we have Prince2, we have PMBOK or Agile. What will happen prior to the commencement of week 4, I will send some journals that provide you with a brief introduction to the 3 methodologies, which I encourage you to read before we start. Just one thing I just need to correct on this. This has a previous assignment. That was something that I overlooked. So I'll just correct that for the assigned project. So 2,500 words, as we said, plus or minus 10%. So this is what we'll be focusing on. Prince2, PMBOK, or Agile. Maybe a question that persons may ask here is that based on past assignments, which methodologies have been more popular? And I could tell you here, the ones that persons have chosen more would be either Prince2 or Agile. Fewer persons have chosen PMBOK unless they're very familiar with PMBOK. Sometimes persons argue whether PMBOK is a methodology or rather if it cannot be considered a framework. But in terms of popularity of project management methodology, Prince2, Agile. Those are the 2 that are the more popular ones that have been chosen. All right, so just checking a question here. Okay. Right, with regard to whether Agile requires a school business case and project brief, they can. For that, sometimes what persons do is that they go between Agile and they use the framework of PMBOK to create the business case as well as the project brief. And hence the reason why it has been argued that PMBOK is more of a framework rather than a methodology. Good. Now let's look at some of the contents of assessment number 2 in terms of what should be the focus, as we'll see in the slide here. So with regard to your report, the report should feature certain processes and specific features of the project management methodology. Again, because we're confined by the 2,500 words, it's impossible to cover every single aspect of the project management methodology. And then let's be fair, you only have a matter of 2 to 3 weeks to get familiar with one of the methodologies. So you can't be considered an expert in that short point in time. So you will have to choose which particular features of the methodology you'd be highlighting. And then as they highlight here in the slide, you need to back that up by relevant books and journal papers. I will provide a start for you. I will provide a start in terms of providing you with some journals. Now, in terms of the journals, usually they require shouldn't be older than 10 years. Sometimes, again, you could use a discretion because You may find a journal that may go back maybe 11 or 12 years, and it may be the only one that is suitable, then you have to use the discretion. Sometimes some of the journals I send are past the 10 years because, again, those are the journals that are found. So again, persons have to use their discretion in terms of how far back they go, but usually they recommend not more than 10 years. And again, as I said, it's based on what you may find. You may try to push it a little bit later because those are the ones that you found. We ask you to use your discretion when it comes to that. Now, the perspective you take when it comes to the assignment is that you are assumed to be the project manager for the assignment. So whatever time frame they give you, the assumption is that the project will be completed in the allotted time frame. That is the assumption. The other thing to consider is that when it comes to your analysis of why you have chosen the project management methodology, being critical means that you can't only look at the good, but you must also be able to look at the downsides of using the particular methodology. And this will flow nicely into your recommendations, where you may say for this particular methodology, it is good when it comes to quality, it's good when it comes to risk, but when it comes to stakeholder engagement, it may be good to consider employing this particular methodology since that covers stakeholder management more specifically. And that's just giving you an idea. All right, any questions on that? Again, you can send it by the chat if you have any questions. Let me check this question here. Right, so there's no penalty for using PMBOK. They give us a choice of the three. I am just mentioning in terms of what has been argued about the methodology, and people are free to use PMBOK because it may be a methodology that people are very familiar with. What I gave is just what has been the more popular, what have been the more popular methodology of choice. All right. Right, so another question is, can a student choose a methodology now as stick to it for the completion of the course? Do we need to know all? We are going through all methodologies because that will give persons a choice of what they will use. If there's a person in the class that is more familiar with one and maybe comfortable, they could probably make their choice. But as I mentioned, for this particular first assessment, the methodology really doesn't factor, because we're focusing on things like business case, scope statement. It doesn't really incorporate a particular methodology because there are specific things that are going to be required to fulfill that. Right. Another question, would we be required to use a project application like Microsoft Project? Yes, we would use that, and we are focusing on that in the third week. We have an assignment exercise. It's very straightforward, and it's not a complex Microsoft Project schedule. Persons who have never had any interface with Microsoft Project before doing the unit are able to do it. And I will help persons through that as well. If a person doesn't have Microsoft Project on their computer, what the school allows us access to is their Microsoft program for the duration of completing the assignment. All right, version of Microsoft Project may not factor in too much. All right, so we continue. Right, now in order to pass assessment 1, let me just make a correction here. Let me just go back a slide. Right. So in order to pass assessment number 1, it tells us some of the things that we have to use. And again, we're talking here about doing proper analysis. So as we said, we have to look at the pros and cons, not necessarily with assignment 1, but we must do some sort of analysis when it comes to the project overview that we provide, as well as the project plan. So we must do some analysis, and again, we'll help you along with that. And then it mentions for assignment number 2, it talks here about appreciation using some of the tools and techniques that have been defined in the project management methodology. You'll be asked to scope a project, which we'll get into, and some of those things we'll cover between today and next week, Saturday, right? Now, in terms of the deadlines, I know most persons may be familiar with the deadlines that were set. So I'm just going to bring them up again in case persons are asking. So first of all, with regard to the assignment, for assessment number 1, before 5 a.m. on the 15th of May, 2020. And for assessment number 2, before 5 a.m. on the 5th of June, 2020. With regard to the group presentation, it's no longer applicable because of using the online classes because of COVID-19, as we know. Good, so that's clear. Another thing to note here, and I just want persons to pay particular attention to this. Now, persons have asked already in terms of when they will be able to send drafts. That will be set, but usually persons are requested to send drafts. So let's suppose we complete week number 3, which will be 2 Saturdays from now. Usually drafts are requested by the Sunday of that weekend or the Monday. So that even though now the dates have been protracted to the 15th of May, it doesn't necessarily mean that we will be waiting until then to get the drafts. And one of the main reasons is when the unit is finished, we move on to other units or other engagements that we may have with other institutes, in case of myself. So usually we try to look at the drafts within the 6-week period that we will be doing this particular unit. Okay, right? So just remember that I will send out the dates for the submission of drafts. The deadlines for the submission of the assessments to the University of Bedfordshire have been extended. As we see in the dates, the 15th of May and the 5th of June. But just bear in mind that the drafts will be reviewed before that. And it will just mean that you will have more time to fine-tune your assignment. So that will be your particular undertaking, but we try to get those drafts in within the 6-week time frame that we're doing the unit. All right, so let's move on. We now move on to some of the student tools that are available. So on Brio, and is there anyone in the group, you could also send me a chat on this, is there anyone on the group in the class now that still does not have access to Brio? Right, and if you don't have, it would be a good thing just to send an email to Ravi Johnson. Now, what I'm going to take you through would be some of the things that you have to your access on Brio. One of the things here would be the discussion board. And what I'll do, I'm just going to bring up my screen. just in case, because one or two students already indicated that they were not seeing the discussion board. I'm going to bring it up and you will tell me whether you are able to access the discussion board. Right, is everyone seeing that screen right now? Going on to Brio. Just send me a quick chat. Yes, okay, good. So my screen will be a little different because I'm one of the lecturers for the assignment. So going into units, if this is your first unit, well then most likely you'll just see one of these. So for ours, it's block 4, project management for CTS. And when you go in, because some persons were telling me when they scroll down, now I did check with Brio and they said that everything looks, I mean, with University of Bedfordshire and everything seems to be okay on their side. When you scroll down, you come to a section called course management. Under course management, you'd be choosing the drop-down and menu on course tools. And that's where you will see the discussion board. When you click on the discussion board, you'll actually be taken to the link that represents the unit that we're doing. Right, so some persons are telling me that they're not seeing the course management. So I'll send a message again to the unit coordinator at Bedfordshire. Is there anyone able to see the discussion board? Okay. All right, so I'm seeing a number of persons saying that they're not seeing that option. All right, so it's possible that it could be elsewhere. So I'll just take you through. Right, okay, good. So many persons, good. Many persons are not seeing the discussion forum. Right, if anyone gets it, tell me. It could be that it's located elsewhere, but I know the last time I checked with the unit coordinator, this is where I found it. So I'll have to ask him if it's located elsewhere in terms of the students. So I'll probably just send an email on that. Right, so I'll send an email on that maybe during the break. I'll send an email on that. Right, so let's go into the discussion board. Why the discussion board is a handy tool, sometimes it allows for conversation between students. And also too, if you have any questions that you would want to ask a unit coordinator, this is where they'll look to handle those questions. So what is usually done in the discussion board, you create a forum. And in the forum, what will happen here is that you can give it a name and you could begin typing in. You have choice of choosing your fonts, aligning your text as the case may be. So you could type in the particular question and then at the end of it, you submit it. What normally is done once it's put on the discussion board, persons would be able to see it, the other students would be able to see it, as well as I would also get notification, as well as the unit coordinator and the University of Bedfordshire. Right. Somebody needs to go on mute, please. Okay, good. So that's it with regard to the discussion board. So that's what we're showing here in terms of the use of the discussion board. And those are the same things that I illustrated as well. Now, what I'm going to play for you is just a little clip from a past unit that we did where the unit coordinator was Dan Richardson. And what she highlights in this particular video is use of the guided learning. And let me just take you to that if you haven't used it as yet. So if you go into your unit, you'd see here guided learning. And that is on my left. So when you click on guided learning, if you haven't gone on as yet, you will see a number of folders. And these folders form the basis for the lectures, as well as it provides you with additional reading. And in some cases, it will also provide you with some of the documents that have been provided. So by clicking on any one of the icons, depending on what it is, it will either give you access to a Panopto video, or it may give you access to a document, and it may also point you to websites as well as videos. Some of those videos are incorporated in our sessions, but this is where the guided learning comes in on your part. So I'm just going to play the video now. This is just about 3 minutes, 20 seconds. So she'll just take you through some of the requirements when it comes to the guided learning session. Again, you could send me a chat if the audio is not that clear. I'm hoping that it is.
Now, lastly, I just want to mention guided learning, which is an important aspect of the MBA course. And if you've completed other units, you'll be aware of it already. If this is your first MBA unit, then it provides a little bit more detail for you here. So guided learning indicates that you'll be studying a lot of the work at home using the resources available to you on Brio, so that you're able to prepare and come to the class with the knowledge to actually discuss some of the elements in class, so you get the most from your learning. So you'll find there's lots of resources on Brio. There are lecture slides, there are activities and videos around all of the topic areas. So do have a look at those, preferably before you come to class, so that you can feel you have some knowledge before you actually get to class and are able then to come in and engage fully in the classroom activities. You have 50 hours of taught classes where you're in contact with your tutor in class, but the actual unit is 300 hours. So you need to be spending 250 of your own hours, your own time on this unit. And that might be reading, it might be looking at the Brio site and looking at the resources there and working with them. There are activities to undertake. And it obviously will be working on your assessment. Plenty of time to spend on your assessment, sort of reading rounds, doing your preparatory work, and then actually putting your assessment together for assignment 1, and then for assignment 2, there'll obviously be group work where you'll need to work together and spend time on that. So you'll find it to be a very intense unit and experience like the other MBA units, and you will need to dedicate the time to the unit so you don't fall behind and you keep up with all the materials. It's a very practical unit where, as I say, you actually come to use the project management tools. So you need to know how to use them to be able to apply them. So you need to spend time working with the resources to do that. Now we have a guided learning checklist available to you. This is on Brio as well for you to use. And this lists activities that you'll need to do before the first taught session. So just to have a look at this now, do you have Brio shell access? So just check that you're registered on the Brio shell and that you can access all of the resources when you need them. Have you got and read the Project Management Unit Handbook? That's what we've just referred to here. It's online, so please make sure you've read and digested the contents of the Project Handbook. Have you recorded the class times in your diary? So just make sure you obviously know what all the classes are. They're very important. So do make sure you attend all the classes. Have you recorded assessment deadlines in your diary or calendar? So there are 2 assessment deadlines.
Okay.
Now, lastly, I just want to mention guided.
Right. So I think that is the end of the video before she went into the assessment. Right. So again, she's just emphasizing making good use of the guided learning folders. Now, with regard to how we're going to proceed with the classes, because it's online, we may have to take regular breaks. So I would actually suggest maybe at the end of a particular session, we just take a short break. Then we'll break for lunch. You can give me an idea whether 30 minutes will be sufficient, 45 minutes will be sufficient. You could always tell me that via the chat. Just remember you've made an investment as well, and it's a lot to do. Persons who have done other units already would realize it's really a lot. But the other side of it is that most persons prefer to do it compressed because of their schedules rather than to prolong the program. Because of the particular circumstances that COVID has presented, some persons are working from home. Now that's a plus because of the fact that you're not spending that amount of time in traffic. But the other particular perspective of that is that there are more distractions at home. So as I said, prioritize, timetable, reduce the distraction, and just remember your deadlines. Don't get too comfortable. We do have a little bit more time because it's one of the few times where there are a number of weeks after the unit has been completed to submit. But as we said, we just continue. Now, as one of the comments is saying to here, it is a lot of information. In fact, at the end of today's session, you'll also get a lot of emails from me. The purpose is not to inundate persons with information, and I hope that is not what persons take away when they see the emails from me. But the focus of that is to provide you with as much information as possible. And what you need to do now, you need to filter it. Because I prefer to give persons access to the information that they need than not to give them what they need. And now where your skill will come in terms of how you could filter through what is needed in order to get the information that is required. If you're a first timer, my suggestion is try to do the pre-session activities that I send, because it means that you'll cover a lot of the information so that when we're going through it in class, it means that you're hearing it a second time, and it may put a little bit more sense to the information if you're not familiar with it. So I just encourage persons, do the pre-session activities, try to read further, try to advance the reading, make the commitment for the 6-week period. Another question here, will the case study be live given current circumstances? Would we have to factor in the current environment into presentations? Based on what has been the case with previous assignments and what I saw as a draft for this one, it's a particular organization that would have done an actual project. So the case study really focuses on that particular company. And we are now taking it. So for this particular assessment, it is an actual live project. And it doesn't really take in the particular circumstances that we face right now, because as far as I know, the project has already started, but the company has given the go-ahead for us to use their particular project as part of their case study. So I hope that answers that question. Right, so moving on here with regard to the learning methodologies. So again, it's a blend, I mean, part lecture led. We'll do recaps at the beginning of every day. So again, that is also going to help with retention as well. We'll be doing class activities. Now, the nice thing with the particular package that we bought with Zoom is that we have what is known as breakout rooms. In fact, I'll give you the opportunity to test it in a couple of minutes. And what we'll do is that we'll automatically assign persons to a breakout room, which will consist maybe about 4 students. And then during that, you will engage in the activity that is considered to be a breakout room session. I will have the ability to join your group just to find out if you have any questions or how the discussion is going. It is not a break, even though you have break before rooms. It's an opportunity to sort of simulate what we'd have done in class. Because if we were in class, we do the group activities, because what has been found, the more participative people are in learning is the better the retention, the better the engagement. I incorporate YouTube videos. Now, what I've found in my short experience using Zoom, sometimes based on people's internet connection, they may not see the video properly or the video may lag. So when I'm playing the video, what I will also do, I will paste in the YouTube link so that where you are while the video is being played, I will send the link, maybe just before I play it, so that you could look it up on YouTube and you could look it along with us so that when the questions are asked, you could have part to play in it. Some of the videos, I use portions of the video. So I may send in the YouTube, in the chat message, play from 2 minutes to 4 minutes. So that will mean that you have to advance the slide, you play a slide, and start maybe midway through the video, because some of the videos I don't show the entire thing, I show blocks based on what is covered. And as you'd see on the slide as well, another part that we encourage is you doing your research. It's a lot of reading. So try to get as much reading done. Now, with regard to the schedule, which you're going to see coming up now, this is the proposed schedule. So what do we have today? Well, we're right now going through the review of the course and the assignment guidelines. We then start introduction to project management and the project manager's role. At the end of that, we take a short break. Then we go into business case. We follow that with scope management and then product and work breakdown structure. Now, someone was asking, when do we conclude today? Well, when we get through with session number 4. In terms of time, I suspect that this should take us a little bit beyond 4 o'clock. By latest, we should finish before 5. Again, if persons have responsibilities and they can't stay on, well, you're free to leave. The encouragement is to stay on for as long as you can. We know that some people may have to step away, as the case may be. Feel free to. But these are the things that we want to cover today. Why? Because by covering the business case and the scope statement, we would actually be talking about things related to the first assignment. So the purpose of today is to put in as much information and cover as much so that you could also have access to that, so that you could begin planning your work. And remember too, this session has been recorded. So for persons who may have missed, they may be able to request a recording. Of course, we're not encouraging persons to miss class because they have a recorded session, because there are some things that may not be captured as well. Now, we noticed with week 2, we go into critical path analysis, and you notice that there's one in red, which is stakeholder management. Again, because of the shift with regard to the online classes, that was not focused in for week number 2. We have brought it up. So those are the sections that we'll be considering. Critical path analysis. We have a Bellman exercise. We'll determine whether we may shift that to week number 3, because as we said, the schedule is a little fluid, but definitely next week we cover critical path analysis. We go into something on the assignment number 1. We focus on quality and risk management, and then we do stakeholder management. And then coming down to the end of week 3, we do costs and we do that MS project presentation. So you have a lot of work to keep you busy enough. Now, with regard to a framework for this particular unit, this diagram kind of gives you an overview of the things that we'll cover. So you have your stakeholders, who are persons who have a vested interest in the project. You will be fulfilling the role of the project manager, so you'll find out a little bit more about your project role. Then we'll also be covering things like the project brief and the business case. Those are 2 elements that are needed before you get approval. Then we'll do what is known as the enhanced triple constraint, which is budget, scope, schedule, risk, resources, and quality. And then we top it off by considering the 3 project management methodologies, of which you will choose one for the assignment. So the last part of what we'll cover today focuses in on Zoom, some of the features of Zoom. So once you have your Zoom up, there are 1 or 2 things here that we'll cover. And we would also try to test 1 or 2 of the features as we are already here. All right. So regard to Zoom, the first thing that we would be considering would be muting and unmuting. Right. So for those who have they refer to this as the floating controls panel. I've heard it referred to as other things. Once you are not speaking or once you're not asked to, let me just change my annotate to spotlight. Let me just choose my annotate button here. Right, so you're seeing it here. So once you are not speaking, we ask you to leave your mic muted. You'll know that it's muted when you see the red line across it. And because of the bandwidth considerations, unless it's absolutely necessary, we also ask you to mute your video as well. Right? So those are the 2 things that we encourage persons to do, again, because of the bandwidth considerations. The next thing that we consider here is choosing to raise your hand. Because somebody may have a question apart from using the chat. And what we want to ask you to do is to test this now. So you're going into your manage participants and you would see, nice. You will see the option to raise your hand. Good. But please remember, so what happens is that when you raise your hand, your name comes up to the top, so I can see it. But what we also ask you to do that after you've raised your hand and the particular thing is answered, you lower your hand as well. So there's an option to lower your hand. The next thing that we're also asking to, and I will, if you go on your participant chat, and I'll bring up my screen. Let me just share my screen now. Right, so are you seeing my screen? Now for some persons, right, so you're seeing my screen. Thanks for the feedback, appreciated. For some persons, they are registered on Zoom right now, maybe based on the name of their device. So what I'm asking if you can do is to use this particular feature where you rename your device. So I'm seeing some Samsung, I'm seeing Apple, I'm seeing other things. The reason why I'm asking you to rename is because I am also responsible for the attendant register. And if I don't see the name, I wouldn't know whose device it is. So I'm just asking that if your name is coming up as a device, whether it's Samsung or Apple, if you could rename it so that when I start taking the register, I will be registering the correct name. And you could also include your surname as well. So I'll just ask you if you can do that, right? I'd appreciate that. Right, so going back to the screen. Right, so we did well with the raised hand. The other thing that I want to highlight Right, so we've done the chat, so everyone is familiar. I'm seeing persons participating. If anyone is having any difficulty getting their chat, let me just go back on the screen share here. So if you go to your floating menu, which is, well, for me, it's on the top. For you, it might be at the bottom. You can click on this to move it from top to bottom. If you go into more, you should see your chat, and your chat will come up. You could send it to everyone, or you could send the chat to a particular person. So again, you could choose that. All right, so that is the use of the chat. Good. See any questions here? Okay. All right, so let me go back with the share of the second slide. Right, so the last thing now that we do to close off this, or the second to last thing we do to close off this session, would be the unit activities. When we have group activities, we would actually do what is known as breakout rooms. So with these breakout rooms, what I will do is that I will break out students into rooms, maybe no more than 4 persons in a breakout room. And we will set a time frame for the exercise, as you're seeing here in this particular slide. Right, so you're seeing it here, where the breakout room will close after 15 minutes. So we'll set a time frame. And then I could also choose the countdown timer in terms of how long it takes before you see the countdown timer. It'll tell you, well, look, you have 60 seconds, and then you'll be brought back into the main room. As I said, with this feature, we can actually use it. I could actually join the rooms, and we use it for discussion. So what I'm going to do now, and I'm just asking for your participation, I'm going to set up some breakout rooms now for the participants. Right now we have about 75 persons on, including myself. So I'm going to set that up into rooms of 20 by 4, 19 by 4. So I'm going to set it up into 19 rooms. And I'm going to create a room. And what I'm going to do now, I am going to open all the rooms. I'm only going to set it for just about a minute for you to I'll set it for 2 minutes for you to check that you can communicate with persons in the room. And then after that, we'll just return to this main menu. So I'm going to just send that now. So the breakout room will close after 2 minutes, just for you to test it. And you just give me a feedback. I'll be notified when the time is up, and you'll actually start a countdown timer about 15 seconds before. So I'm just asking when the breakout rooms start, see if you can communicate with persons that are assigned to your breakout rooms, and then we resume to conclude. Let me see if any questions here before I do that. Okay, right. Right, so one of the questions is, can we join a group that we've previously created? Well, what I will do is that the rooms that I've created here will remain, so I can recreate them. So if you have been in a group and that's a group you want to continue with, I just leave it as is. Good? So I hope that answers that question. So let me create it now and you test it. You should be able to communicate verbally as well. So you can unmute during that time. And you should be able to send chat messages. It will give you an opportunity to meet the persons who are in the group as well. All right, so I'm going to create the rooms now. Right, so I think everybody is back now.
Hello?
Hi.
So you requested that we unmute our microphone?
Repeat that?
You requested that we unmute our microphone?
No, I unmuted it to try it. So I just muted it back. So
Okay.
right. So thanks so much. Right. So it seems that everybody had a good time with the breakout room. So we'd be using that for this particular thing. Right. So we just have one more slide to complete here. And that's this one here. So what will happen is that once we are doing the breaks or we're doing the activities, I'll put up a timer like this. So at least you will have it to your visible enough. So like when we go on the break, we'll put up whether we're doing a 15-minute break and it will count down. If you're away from the computer and the time has elapsed, you'll just hear a little alarm go off. So that will mean that it's time to resume. All right. So that's as far as that goes. Good. So what are we going to go through now? We're going to do the introduction to the project manager's role. Introduction to project management, the project manager's role.
Hi, sir. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem.
A couple of us raised our hands. We're not seeing your share screen. We raised our hands and words in the chat, but we're not seeing your share screen.
Right, no problem. Let me fix that. Thanks so much for the feedback. Right, so I think persons are seeing the screen now. Right, good. Right, I just forgot to switch back based on where I was. So thanks so much for the feedback. All right, so we begin this session, as we said, introduction to the project manager's role. And we start this session, usually I try to start it with an interesting quote. And sometimes there's a quote that we can apply to all sessions. So it says if it doesn't challenge you, it won't change you. And this applies to a number of things, not only just the project management part. But this course will challenge you. So it will also change the way how you do things as well because of the amount of things it will require from you. So these are some of the pre-session activities you were asked to cover. Just to give you an idea of what these are. So were you able to complete the project management skills audit? And did you get a chance to complete the learning checklist? So right, these are things that were sent before. And we know that for some persons, it may have presented a challenge, but I'll just give you an idea in terms of what those documents look like. So this was the PM skills audit. So this was the document was sent. Basically what was done, it was sent for you to determine where your project management skills are at the present time. So you did that evaluation yourself in terms of problem solving, in terms of creativity, and you did the evaluation. And then what is the ideal thing is that at the end of the program that you can come back and do this and see where you would think your project management skills or knowledge would be at the end of the program. So it's almost like a self-assessment. In terms of the induction guided learning, this is the induction guided learning here. Have you got to read the project management unit handbook? Have you done your schedule? I did send some soft copies of the textbook, so I hope you would have received that. Have you completed the skills audit? And then there were 2 websites that we were encouraged to look at. Let me just bring up those 2 websites here. Again, perusing for information. So you have the PMI website. So persons who may want to be certified as a project manager, one of the qualifications that is internationally recognized is the project management professional. And also too, you also have the Association of Project Managers, which is the next tab that we have here. So again, this is something that you can register with. I think the registration is still free. And of course, there are a number of things that for the sake of exploring, you can check as well. So those are some of the websites that we encourage. If you haven't gotten a chance to look at it, you could look at it subsequent to this particular session. Right, so those are the things. And then there were some videos that were sent. You had Heathrow, which we would consider during the course of this unit. Then you had the Channel Tunnel and you had the Hard Rocks Rockfest. All of these were examples of projects and you were asked to analyze whether you'd have considered them successful or unsuccessful. So those are some of the things that we were asked to consider. All right, so going a little further. What is the focus for session 1? Well, we'll be considering what projects are, what is project management. We'll be looking at what is known as the quadruple constraint: time, cost, scope, and quality. Usually these 4, along with a few others, have been used as the determinants of whether a project is successful or not. And then we have the project life cycle, the particular framework, because remember this unit is all about using of frameworks and tools and technique. We'll be looking at the 4D framework. Some persons have used this 4D framework as a background or as a framework on which to build their assignment. So we'll actually see how that could be done. Good. So in terms of what we'll consider first, so let's look first at projects and project management. First question for you is this one. And again, you could send it via chat, and I think we may also allow 1 or 2 persons to maybe comment on it. I think we can do that. So let's get your thought in terms of what do you consider a project and what have you done that you will consider to be a project? You could answer by a chat, or you could unmute your mic. If you see someone going on mute at the same time, you could maybe just wait until they do it, or they can wait on you. So what from if you have to think about some terms that you would consider, what would you consider to be a project? And what have you done that might be considered a project? Any thoughts on that? Right, so one person responded, almost anything. There's a measure of truth to that, right? And another good example would be a wedding as well, birthday party, right? So we have 2 persons responding on that. Any other examples of projects? Right, building a home, and a home is usually considered one of the primary projects that persons consider. A simple thing like a fete, anything temporary is another response. Doing this program, doing a master's is another one. National skills competition, any form of event, a thesis, right? So some very nice examples being shown here. To power project in Point Lisa, to power the M3, M4 plans, a specified task. So some really good examples, a definitive end date. So very good. So what we look at a very short video now, very short, just a few seconds long. And we look at some 4 characteristics of projects. Good. So based on that video, what are the 4 key characteristics of projects? Okay, didn't hear anything. Sorry about that. So let's do this. I'll send you the link for this one. I'm going to send the link for person because some person said that they didn't hear it too well. I'm also going to give you where to play it from in terms of how far into the video to play it, from 5 to 19 minutes. So I've just sent the link for those who were not able to pick it up, but I got some responses on a project, a temporary endeavor to create a unique product or service that occurs only once and has a definitive end date. Temporary endeavor has objectives as well. So appreciated that, some of the responses. I'm just going to bring up what the video had captured as well. So again, it talks about several phases. Define, deliver, develop was another response that I got. So again, it must have a definite beginning and an end. It must have a unique output as well. So that even if you're working on a project, let's suppose you're building a housing development. And even though each house is similar, the project of building the house is unique. Because one, the circumstances may be different. You may have a different crew that you're working with. The type of soil could be different. The time of year that you're doing it is different. So even though it may be the same house that looks the same, each is unique. Because if I started with the first house, there'll be a certain level of expertise I would have gathered. The more houses I build, my expertise increases. So for every project thereafter, it becomes a unique event in itself. So now we look at some definitions of what projects are. And that's what we'll see coming up in the slides to follow. What are some examples of these projects? So here are some definitions. First of all, this one talks about complex, non-routine, so it's not the regular way of doing business. Limited by time, budget, and resources, and performance specifications designed to meet customer needs. Then they talk about it as unique and transient, producing a desired outcome, because projects would not last forever. Right? Is everyone seeing my screen? Someone saying that the screen is blank. Let me just make sure. Okay. All right, good. So they talk about a complex non-routine. There's another definition that we'll see here. A set of coordinated activities, start and finishing dates must be, again, someone had mentioned about the objective. And then we're seeing part of the triple constraint there, course performance parameters. Right, another set of definitions here. Again, they go into the part where management environment that is created for the purpose of delivering one or more business products according to a specified business case. And again, it tells you some more. And then there's a final definition here. Temporary, according to PMI, Project Management Institute 2004, a project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. So it could be both a product or it could be a result. So if we had to sum it up, these are some of the things that determine a project. Change. If you are doing business and you have a competitor and you want to gain advantage over the competitor, let's suppose there are two persons who are making ice cream and you want now to come up with another product, you may do that as a project while you run your normal business. Temporary, because once it's done, you go back to maybe a de facto position or your de facto operation once the project is done. Cross-functional, because whereas in operations, you'll be reporting to a particular manager. So if I'm in HR, the HR manager will only have those who have HR capabilities under him. For a project, I may need an HR person, I may need a finance person, I may need somebody in operation. So therefore it's cross-functional. And also too, so I'll try to slow down a little bit. They talk about every project is unique. Different team, different customers. And then it also has a measure of uncertainty. Because whereas with our normal job roles, we become familiar with them over time, because projects are new, and especially in the initial stages, there's a degree of uncertainty, then that is where it presents the greatest risk at those initial stages of the project. And as I mentioned in one of the comments here, the scope would also be unique, and quite agreed with that as well. Good. So again, even though we're doing the recording, people are free to do screenshots as well. I do provide some of the images, and as I mentioned before, I do provide the YouTube links as well at the end of the program. So feel free to do your screenshots, again, to build your own document for the particular program. Maybe I'll ask, is there anything in particular you may need me to go back to that maybe I went through a little bit too quickly? Anyone? Yeah, correct. So the slides are available on Brio. So that's what was sent to you in the pre-activities. So quite correct. So they are familiar. Good, so we can continue. So thanks again for the feedback. Some that I don't get back to, I will try to just address it after. I'm seeing one question here. Right, so someone asked if we are skipping the scope statement to create the project brief, and the answer for that is no. The project brief will contain both the business case and the scope statement. Right, so that's just to answer that question. All right, so let's move on to a question, another question here. So, do you identify industries where project management is used locally? And what were successful projects, what were failures, and why? So I'll give you a few minutes to consider this, as well as you could respond on the chat. Could you identify any industries, and we're talking here about in Trinidad and Tobago, where project management is used successfully? And what would you consider successful projects in Trinidad? And what would you consider failures? Right, so I'm seeing some of the industries. We talk about oil and gas. We talk about construction. Right. Someone put Highway Point 14. Is that failure or is that successful project? Right, so I'm seeing construction of Point 14 hospitals, IT projects or others. Right, so I'm seeing Point 14. And why would you consider, so first of all, could you identify now, by means of the chat, what would you consider successful projects in Trinidad? Let's see those. Right. So the Q-Up intersection, Grand Bazaar flyover, that's one that is usually touted as one of the more successful projects. I'm seeing UTT, Hoover Children's Hospital, failure or success? Right, okay, good. All right, and why would you consider some of these projects? So I'm seeing the fire services stage building a success. And why would we consider some of these projects failures? What was it about it that we consider failures? Right, over budget, right? So that's one, and it goes back to that quadruple constraint. Out of scope, the timeline wasn't met, no definitive end date, use thereafter, cost overrun, scope creep, unhappy stakeholders, length of time to completion, the quality. So again, those are the things that we'd be considering when we look at the quadruple constraint. Would we say that the Five Islands Amusement Park was a success or a failure? Right, so we're saying that it was a success as well. So quite a number. So we really appreciate the interaction as well. So I'm going to bring up some pictures here of some projects that have been done locally. And some of them you would know, some of them have already been mentioned. Are you familiar with these? So this one here to my left, which one is this one? Top left. Does that look familiar? That is the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Would we consider, just put Lara success, Lara failure. Would we consider the Lara Stadium a failure or success? Right, Lara failure. And what would have been some of the reasons why you'd say it was, right, I'm seeing somebody saying success after failure, some saying success for FETs. And one of the reasons, as someone is pointing to, cost overruns. Overtime and overtime allocated. Yeah, so I think the major one that is coming across here, the two major ones are the cost overruns and time, no risk management, too lengthy. The second one that we consider is this one here. We consider the top. What about this one here? This is UTT or mirror. Again, you could just put UTT, success or failure. UTT success, right? Success, right? So I'm seeing a lot of successes. And why would we say that the UTT or mirror was a success? Why would completion on time? Right, some persons will disagree, they'll say it's a failure. Fully utilized for its purpose, so that's after the project. Right, so I'm seeing a question here now. What about if a project was under budgeted or undervalued and the cost of materials went up subsequently to the project approval, if looking at it from the flip side? Yeah, so that can happen. And that is where, if the cost of the project or the cost of materials come in, that is where the project manager needs to go back to negotiate with the stakeholders for more money. And if they cannot get more money and they cannot get more time, then as a project manager, you really have to reduce your scope. You go on record as requesting or indicating where the risk is, what's the likelihood of the outcomes, and then you let the stakeholders know. That's where the communication part comes in, and then they will make a decision thereafter. Now, the third one that we consider, which is the bottom left, does anyone know what project was that? Bottom left, that's the one highlighted here. Right, so that was the Tobago Hospital. Would you consider the Tobago Hospital a success or failure? Right, one person say Bacchanal, fail, cost overrun, fail in design. Right, so we kind of getting the picture here from the discussion. There are certain measurements that we'll use in order to determine whether a project was successful or not. And some of the things that we've used that is already coming out based on the discussion would be time. We have to look at cost. We look at quality. We look at scope. We also look at risk. We also look at resources. Now, when it comes to projects, we could virtually say that projects are everywhere. Right, just as you all mentioned, some of them, it's in the public and private sectors. Small and medium enterprises, large companies, new products, and again, quite a number here. So what is the importance of projects? Why are projects so important? Well, we said that they're critical for two reasons. One, current business operations. So it means that you must maintain your current business. Because if I'm doing a business and I'm making money, I need to continue making money. But I may realize, because there are more persons entering the market, because the market is becoming saturated over the course of time, I may not be able to sustain my business, which means that I may now have to do the second one where it talks about transform my business. And in order to transform my business, I make that into a project. Now, you notice from the caption below, they talk about exploit and explore. Has anyone ever heard about organizational ambidexterity? And based on it, what do you think that term refers to? Organizational ambidexterity. What is organizational ambidexterity? Well, basically, just waiting for any responses. Can anyone say what they understand from organizational ambidexterity? Right, striking a balance, fantastic. And what are we striking the balance with? Exploiting what we do, which is our normal business, current resources, right? And also to we looking at additional opportunities. So we refer to it as exploit and explore. Companies that only exploit and don't explore eventually go out of business. So in this little obscure diagram, we notice that you have the existing business, they offer services or products. So in order to satisfy their customer demand, they'll make some incremental improvements and they will provide that to their customer. And that is how they will keep their customers happy. They may have some additional purchases. But for the company that also now is looking at an opportunity that they can seize, they may have to spend time with the exploration. That's where they're inventing. It may be something that they may not have done before. It may be a new phase in their operation, but the business realizes that in order for them to survive, they must explore. And even when you look at one of our local companies, Petrotrin, of course, there may be multiple reasons why it shut down eventually. But one of the reasons given is that they were not ambidextrous. They exploited what they did, but in order to maintain and sustain their business in a fluctuating market, there was a need now for them to spend some time exploring. And as we said, there may be other reasons. One reason could be that they were top heavy. So there are a number of reasons that could be given. But again, coming back to what we're talking about with regard to projects, it's important for companies that want to sustain their business to use projects to develop their business, especially when it comes to new business or exploration. So we move on to our next video. How does the following video highlight the importance of project management? You can let me know if the volume was good. What I will do as well, let me put the YouTube link in. Once you don't see play from, it means that you could watch the entire video. Once it's a part of the video that I'm showing, I just indicate where to play from. I'm sending the link now so that if the audio is too distorted, or if the video is lagging, you could actually go on YouTube and look at it as well. All right, so I'll give you the opportunity to do that and we begin playing this. So it's just about a minute, just under 2 minutes. And again, we're focusing on the part, how does the following video highlight the importance of project management? So I'm going to stop that for a moment. Let me just see if I can fix that. Let me just see if I could fix that quickly to get another one in. Right, so I'm just going to fix that up in a few seconds. And in the meantime, you could also make use of the YouTube link as well. So let me start that now. All right, so some persons are saying that they're not hearing the link, the audio that well. I think that's always a case as we have the number of students on. So you can go ahead and view the link. There's not too much control I could have over that because I'm using external speakers as well. Let me try one more thing. I'm going to disconnect my external speakers and see if it makes a difference. So just give me a second on that as well. Let me see if that makes some difference there. So tell me if it's any better now. Okay, still distorted. Okay, so there's not much that I could do to control that. So please take a look at the link. I'll give you about 2 minutes to look at it on your YouTube, and then we'll resume. Right? So again, a little limitations with the technology. It could be my internet connection as well. So feel free to watch the link, and I'll give you 2 minutes to look at that, and then we'll discuss. Okay? So just put the 2 minutes on, and then we resume thereafter, and then we'll just discuss. Okay, so how did the previous video highlight the importance of project management, and what was your key takeaway? Now that you've looked at the video, what would you say was your key takeaway from that video? Any comments? Right, PM is everywhere. Right. Did not Need for clear rules, directive from finish to start, prevention of failure, deadline, detail-oriented, to ensure that project is successful by managing the triple constraints. There must be a manager, need someone who is the main lead. All team members must work as a team. The project needs to be managed at every phase. So we appreciate the comments. One of the things that you'd also have highlighted, right, and I'm seeing it coming up now where project management is invisible. So just imagine you are having an event, and as one person said, a project like a wedding, and you have an event coordinator. Usually the bride and the groom would not have to call the event coordinator if there are no problem. If everything is running smoothly, food is on time, everything is scheduled, then there is no need to call the event coordinator because there are no problems. So usually you find that successful projects, sometimes you may not even know who the project manager is, but you can tell from a coordinated effort that there must be project management behind it. Some other things that are mentioned here, PM is virtual and it's about preventing problems. There must be a shared understanding of aims, masterpieces of planning, management, organization, and communication. In fact, it has reputed that project management is more than 70% communication. So when we think about project management, what would you now say based on what we have looked at? What is project management? We looked at what projects are, but what would we consider project management to be? Any responses on that? What is project management? Right, managing the resources, budget, etc. Right, the ability to integrate all aspects of the project to ensure on-time delivery within budget. PM is a coordinated effort resulting in a desired outcome. Right. So again, it has a lot of planning. I like the one where a person said managing change as well. That is important because no project is static. From the time you begin the project, sometimes the requirements of the project would have been changed. And then I'm seeing application of knowledge of skills, tools, and techniques. Very good. Planning, executing, and controlling. We'd also say closing as well is an important aspect of project management. So some of these things you mentioned come up here. As it says, a way of managing change. They talk about processes, methods, knowledge, and skills. Plan, monitor, control, and deliver. And as we said, also close. Managing time, cost, risk, resources, quality, and scope. When you see these 6 at the bottom, those 6 represent what is referred to as your enhanced triple constraints. So I'm also seeing where a project manager also has a plan for unforeseen circumstances, and working towards a goal at a specified time. So that's very good. With regard to the definition of project management, according to Prince 2 method, is the planning, delegating, monitoring, and control, and also to all aspects of the project and the motivation of those involved to achieve project objectives within the expected performance targets for time, cost, quality, scope, benefits, and risk. So here's another thought, or here's another question here. What factors have contributed to the popularity of project management? What do you think has given rise to the popularity of it? All right, so let me just go back one slide, just based on a request here. Let's go back one slide for someone who may just want to take a screenshot. Right, the need for cost of failed projects, the need for change, the need for exploration and growth, lessons learned from project failures as well, cost overruns, cost control. Those are some of the responses that I'm seeing. Technologically advanced society as well, there are more demands. So those are some. So really appreciate the feedback that's been given by the students. Globalization, anti-corruption legislation as well. So those are some of the factors: time management, need for efficiency. So thanks so much for the responses on that. So they mentioned a few similar to what was already said. There's an explosive growth of projects, again trying to maintain profit margins, trying to survive in a reduced saturated market as well. Then we talked about the use of technology. Persons talked about globalization and heightened competition. They also give the statistic 80% of global executives realize that having project management is a core competency. And then persons also mentioned the part about increased accountability. So those are some fine answers. So now that we have had an idea of what projects are and what project management is, how would we say that projects are now different from business as usual or operations? How would we say it's different from business as usual? And so if we had to compare the two, normal operations, and then you have project management, how would you say they're different? Right, so one, uncertainty, right? Another one talked about cross teams because it has an N. Another one talks about introduces change as well, is not routine like operations. PM is temporary, definite end and start. So if somebody tells you they're working on a project and there's no end in sight, well then there needs to be a question asked as to whether it is actually a project or not. Right? So those are some of the differences there between projects and operations. Projects are specific, they talk about the unique output as well. So there's going to be a second link that I'm going to send to you. I'm actually going to give you the time frame that you consider as well. So I'm sending that link now. That's what comes up next. Again, just take note from where to play it from at the 6 minute and seconds mark to the 9 minute to the 2 second mark. So it's just going to be about 3 minutes, 10 seconds that you're going to look at. And the analogy that is going to be used in this particular video is with regard to hotel operations and the comparison between it and project management. So I'm going to ask you to look at that for the 4 minutes or so, and then we'll come and answer the question, what are the differences between operations and business as usual? So I'm sending that link now. And again, just know the play from, because it's a long video, I just take excerpts of it to use in the classroom. So just try to get it at that 6 minute, 10 second mark. And then you play it for just about 3 minutes, 10 seconds. So what I'll do in the meantime, I'll bring up the actual video. And as I said, looking at some of the differences between project management and operations. I'll just play it without the volume because of the distortion that was occurring. Right, but please feel free to look at it on YouTube. And then after that, we will discuss. Good. So I think that most persons might be finished here. Right. So let's look at the question here. So from the video just shown, what are some of the differences between projects and operations based on what was said? What are some of the differences between them? Right, projects are temporary, whereas operations are ongoing. Appreciate that. Right, operations are repetitive. Projects are unique. They have a beginning and an end date. So again, all of this is just emphasizing to us the difference between operations and projects. Right, so we appreciate the responses on that. Appreciate the keenness too in terms of looking up the video as well. So if we look at the screen, I'll just leave that up in case anyone wants to take a snapshot of it. I think I also provided at the end of class. So we have the 5 components there: time, output, purpose, when, and scope. And you compare the differences, similarity between operations and projects. There's some other tables that we could also look at that comes up here. And I'll show you some of these tables as well where the comparison is made. So you have one there. Again, you could take a screenshot of that in terms of process and project, the difference between the two. So you notice in the 4th point with the process, people are homogeneous in that, you know, you use them and they're kind of constant and consistent. And also too, you have the project side, they're more heterogeneous. Good, and there's the other diagram here. Again, you could also take a snapshot of this and some comparison is given of that as well. Good, so that gives us an idea between the two. Now we look at 2 other things that are considered part of projects. You might have heard about project management, which is what we looked at, but they also have program management and they also have portfolio management. So if we look at the fruit, we could consider the project to be part of the fruit, whereas the remainder of the fruit is like the program. So what happens is that you may have several similar projects and it may make them more feasible to be part of a program. We could use the same example of a housing development. Each house is a project. But if you had to deal with them separately, you'd have to have resources, plus you may not make the most economical use of materials. Because as we know, when you finish with a building, there'll always be excess materials. If you are doing it as part of a program, those materials now could be forwarded to the next project. So they found it better when you have similar programs to lump them under what is known as a program. So that is program management. So what the program manager usually has under them will be a number of project managers. Of course, it requires a different skill set for the program manager because he's now managing not the projects, but really the project managers are reporting to him. and he's managing them as they manage the projects. Then in addition to program, the next thing that we have, it is what is considered as a portfolio. Now a portfolio is like an umbrella for the program and an umbrella for the projects. So let's go back to the same example of the housing development. So apart from putting up houses, we have to do a sewage system, we have to do electrical, we have to do roads. Now they are not similar to the project of building homes, but because they are related to one overarching project, which is the housing development, we may put the similar project, which is the roads, which is the sewer, which is electricity, under a portfolio. And this is highlighted in the next diagram that kind of brings it to bear. So you have the program there, a number of similar projects under the program, but then you may have a portfolio under which you have programs where they have the related projects. And then you may have additional projects like the road, the electricity, and you put them all under a portfolio. So you have project manager, you have program manager, and you also have portfolio manager. So those are the three terms. So that concludes this section that dealt with project management and projects. Now we look at the next one that we're coming up to, which is the project manager's role. So this kind of coincides with the PM skills audit. We're looking at this short video in terms of what does a project manager need to be able to do. And again, that is going to be part and parcel of what you would be the focus for assignment number 2 in terms of the project manager's role. So we're going to look at some key elements here that I highlighted. This video is just about 3 minutes, 50 seconds long. I'm going to send the link for you now. Right, so you can take a look at that. So again, the purpose of the video is to identify what a project manager needs to be able to do. And again, think about that in relation to that same PM skills audit that we were supposed to complete before the start of the program. Again, I'm just going to play it. I'm going to put it on, remove the audio. And you could also look at this on your YouTube channel. If anyone hasn't gotten the link, just send me a message and I'll resend it to you. So let's discuss. I think you should maybe just about tying up the looking at the video. So from the previous videos, what are the project manager's key responsibilities? What would we say they are? And again, we're focusing here on the project manager's role. What would we say are his key responsibilities? Right, so I'm saying task planning, communication, communicating, to plan, planning, troubleshooting, communication, managing people, delegating. Good, very nice. And that part about prediction, why do you think prediction is so important on the part of the project manager? Why is it so important that they predict scenarios that could occur? Right, so it requires foresight, to plan for the unseen, to anticipate problems that may arise. Now, the good thing about it, to ensure a successful, past experience, I'm seeing that to risk management as well, readiness for eventualities. Because it will be living in a fool's paradise to think that everything that goes well with a project. But based on the project manager's role, he would know that there would always be problems that could be encountered. And as a result of that, they would be able to anticipate that there will be certain risks. And sometimes that's what actually hypes up the value of the project manager, because of having that experience of anticipating those things, that is what adds to their value, because they'll be able to see things based on the experience of similar projects. Right, should the project have domain knowledge? Could anyone answer that? Or just clarify, when you talk about domain knowledge, are you referring to the part where they should have knowledge of the particular project that they're in? So let's suppose they're working in an IT project. Is that what you're referring to? That the project manager should have? Yes. Well, there's a yes and no to that. And again, I'm even basing it on my experience with the limited projects that I worked on. Having resident knowledge is good because it means that people would not hoodwink you. But on the other side as well, sometimes you may need persons who may not have that perspective, who might be a little bit more open and hence may take it along a different line. So a project manager doesn't necessarily have to be an expert in the area in which he may be the manager. But of course, his communication and his delegation skills sometimes matter more. Because we've had those cases where project managers were identified having resident knowledge and they didn't do well on the project because it lacked the people skills. Whereas you may have another person who may not have the resident skill, but when it comes to motivating, which is an important criteria for project managers, they could get people to do. In fact, they got people even to cover for them when they may not have known or had the resident knowledge. And I appreciate some of the responses to that I'm seeing from the students. It's not necessary. The manager is not a specialist, but has different hats, and that's true. And I'm also seeing some other responses. The project manager can hire specialists, so I appreciate that point. It's ideal, but not always the way. It's important for them to have breadth and not depth. But I think what is going to be a very key thing for the project manager is that ability to motivate persons to do work and to be able to delegate and to be honest enough. I don't have the expertise, but yet still I can rely on these resources to get things done. So we appreciate the comments on that. Now, when we talked about the part with project management being cross-functional, we have this example here that sort of depicts how the project manager operates within a department. So they talk here about the line managers are the little red circles. So you'll have a marketing manager or marketing VP, quality manager, finance, and so. But when it comes to the project manager, based on the project that they're working on, they may have to span right across the departments. And that's why a project manager's influence and authority is really governed by the structure of the organization, which is the next thing that we get into. Depending on where you put the authority of the manager within the organizational structure, that determines the level of influence and authority that they exercise within a project. So we're actually going to look at some structures here. They refer to them as organograms, which would be the project manager's function. So I'm going to give you something to look up now. So take a brief look. I'll probably give you a little 5 minutes to do this one. Look up the following organizational structures and determine the level of authority the project manager has. So we're looking up 3. We're looking up the balance matrix, a strong matrix organization, and the projectiles. So I'm just going to give you a little time to look that up. And you could use the internet. You could use some of the documents that I have sent. So the 3 organizational structures, or the 3 organograms we're looking at: balance matrix, strong matrix, and projectiles. I think I could give you maybe about 5 minutes to get that done. And then we'll discuss thereafter in terms of what you found out with regard to each of them. So let's set this to 5 minutes and we look up those 3. I'll put back up the screen as soon as I set the time. So this is a question here. 3 different organizational structures as pertains: balance matrix, strong matrix, and projectized. All right, so somebody is right, indicating that you can check the PMBOK page 47. Thanks for that, Michael. Very nice. I like the sharing. I like the sharing, Michael. So I like what I'm seeing here, where persons are sharing information, and that's so good. No one is the resident of knowledge, so sometimes it's always good to share as we come across. Right, and we're getting another share there. That is also appreciated. Very good. So I just encourage persons to continue sharing. I'm glad that we have the chat that we can share. Because the more we share, the more we learn. So really appreciate that. While you're completing this exercise, let me see how much time. We just have about 40 seconds. I'm just going to send out a poll, and you'll just tell me whether you'd have received the poll. I'm going to send it out now. And just tell me whether you'd have seen it. The poll that I'm sending out now is, what unit is this in your MBA? I just want to test out this feature. So let me know if you got the poll, please. I'm sending it now. Has anyone seen the poll? Nope. Nope. Okay. All right, so I'll have to find out whether we have the right version on that. Not yet. Okay. So I'll check that out on YouTube to find out why persons are not seeing the poll. All right, so thanks for the response. I'll check out that poll thing on YouTube during the break. All right, thanks so much for the response. All right, so I think we could begin our discussion based on what you found. Right, so we're getting back to the question here and focus. So tell me, what did you find the balance matrix to be? I will allow now, persons could unmute, one person could unmute and tell me what you found out about the balance matrix, as well as you could use the chat. Anyone, mute, unmute, or use the chat. So let's start first with the balance matrix. Anyone?
Yeah, everybody. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Okay, so from what I'm seeing here, a balanced matrix is one in which a matrix management strategy.
Right, so work groups arranged by job function. So that's with the balanced matrix.
It's put in place to balance the level of authority.
Right, and I'll bring up on the screen here.
Mm-hmm.
So we have the balance matrix as you're seeing here.
Yes, between the project manager and the functional.
Where you have the project manager, but you notice the project manager reports to a functional manager.
Yes.
But he may have the project manager designation.
Yes, from what I'm
but
saying,
in order for him to get staff to work for his project, although he has the authority because of having the designation, the point here is that the project manager still has to go through the functional manager. And sorry, did someone want to comment? All right. She's making a contribution. Okay. All right. So someone is. Right. So
here. Are you hearing me?
Right. So let me just go on the participants and see if I. Right. So go ahead, Michaela.
Okay. So
I
balance
just encourage
matrix
others to mute. I just took off the mutings. Go ahead, Michaela. I didn't hear you the first time.
A balanced matrix organization is one in which a matrix management strategy is put in place to balance the level of authority between the project manager and the functional manager. Are you hearing me, sir?
Yes, we are.
In this situation, power or authority is shared or distributed.
But I'm not hearing her.
Oh, you're not hearing.
In balance matrix organization, projects and functional managers share authority. Okay, the project manager has full-time role, while the project manager has part-time. You can put part-time control the budget. Or so you don't have
Okay,
full-time.
you all are hearing Michaela, but I am not.
All right.
Hello. You like me to type it?
In week.
All right, so I'm going to mute all again. And right, so I'm going to mute all. I'm just asking Michaela, since you started,
Are you hearing me now, sir?
all right, so because of the feedback that I'm getting from let's send it via chat. Because I think with the size of the group, you will get extensive background noise. So let's do it via chat. Right, so again, it's all part of the learning process. So because of the number of students, let's do it via chat. So anyone wants to contribute in terms of the balance matrix further? Right, so we have this as a strategy. So thanks for sharing this. Is one in which a matrix management is put in place to balance the level of authority between the project manager and the functional manager. Right, so we appreciate you sharing that. Right, good. And however, it seems the project manager does not have full authority over the project staff, and project budget. Right, so thanks for sharing that with regard to the balance matrix. And we could actually see that based on what we are seeing here in the video or in the slide. We notice that once a project manager has a reporting line to the functional manager, now the functional manager would recognize, and this could be in like an IT project, they will recognize that the person here could actually have some level of authority, but they still have to get the approval through the functional manager. And if the project manager needs to get staff, like in this case here, it means that they have to go through the functional manager. And then this functional manager has to speak to this functional manager here. And then they have to go down to get the permission to work with this member of staff. So the project manager does have some level of authority, but of course it's limited because of the having to report to functional manager. So let's move on to the other one. We'll move on now to the balance matrix. Strong matrix. And what are we seeing here with the strong matrix? Right, it says the project manager has authority, full-time role, right? The project manager has the authority and a full-time role, right? So I'm getting that. Good. So the functional manager has a limited role because we notice here that the project manager is now reporting to a manager, project manager, who is now at the same level of the other project managers as we see here. And with that now, it gives them a level of authority because now their liaison at the executive or the managerial level would be their head of department. It could be a program manager that is here. So therefore the negotiation is better. And plus, because they're reporting to a manager of project managers, their project managers' perspective is kept and honored. And now this person would liaise with the functional managers to get access to staff. And again, the project coordination occurs across functions, but again, better autonomy because now there's a project manager or a manager of managers that is able now to liaise with the functional manager. And the last one is what we consider here, and that's this one, where you have the projectized organization, where everything in the organization is handled as a project. We may find that this applies more in organizations where they're contracted as project managers. And as a result of that, they come in to handle the projects for the organization. So that's a project of project managers. Good. Right, so now continuing, we go down to our next slide. Here's where we're considering one of the aspects here when we consider the triple constraint. Right, so here's the diagram showing the different levels of control that the project manager has. And we notice based on the diagram here, when it comes to the functional manager here would have, under the functional arrangement, the project manager has authority little or none. Then under weak balance or matrix, it goes from low to moderate to high. And then in the projectized, high to almost total. In terms of the project manager's role, you notice here it talks about, in some cases, they're part-time. And then in the other cases, they serve on the project full-time. So those are some of the considerations. Good. Right, so these are some of the considerations. So I saw the question and I saw someone answering the question in terms of the slide. I do provide some of the slides, I don't provide the entire thing, so that's why I mentioned persons to take screenshots, but I would provide some of the images as well. All right, so we continue, and here's an interesting question here. When are projects considered successes or failures? Any thoughts on that? So I think we would have touched on that a little earlier. So when are projects considered successes or failures? Right, when the intended benefits are derived, when they meet acceptance criteria, when objectives are met. It depends on whether they attain objectives. So thank you for the responses. When they meet specified objectives, so those are fantastic. Scope within, and again, you notice what is the common theme? It comes back to that triple constraint. Right, when the scope is met. And we notice here, there are some things that they mention. They mention meeting client requirements, rank number 1. Then they talk about schedule and budget. Then as you mentioned, they talk about organizational objectives, yields, business and other benefits, minimal disruption, and of course you have a number of other criteria too that could be used. So folks, I think we can take a break now to take a little stretch. Do you want to make it a 10? Do you want to make it a 10-minute break or a 15-minute break? 15, 15, 15. All right, so let's make it a 15-minute break. Get an opportunity to get up and stretch, and then we'll take it from there, and then we resume. All right, so we take it as a 15-minute break, and then we'll recommence after the 15. All right, so enjoy a break, get some water, take a little stretch, and then we'll resume. Okay, so I think that signals time to restart. All right, so we're starting this session, again, trying to finish off session number 1. The 2 things that we focus on now would be the triple constraint, and also what we'll focus on would be the project management lifecycle. So those are the 2 things that we'll consider now. Good. So when we think about the triple constraint, what is this triple constraint and what is its relationship to project management? So any thoughts in terms of that? What is the triple constraint and what is its relationship to project management? Right, so I'm saying scope, cost, time, right? And what is its relationship to project management? So we have the cost, scope, time, right? It tells you the quality of the project. And it also, right, what influences the project. It also determines whether we would rate the project as a success, right? Seeing some discussion with the PMBOK. So you're free to get it, but the PMBOK would have been provided coming closer to the session 4 with the project management methodologies. The reason why I didn't want to send that earlier is because I didn't want to overload you with textbooks, but the PMBOK will be provided when we come to the part of dealing with the project management methodologies. But of course, you're free to get it otherwise because it is available, right? I just didn't want to send too many textbooks to overload you. Right, so coming back to the triple constraint, we just said a relationship, it determines what project success is. So basically, we can look at it like that. So when we think about cost, it could be something lost, such as payments for labor, payments for material, payments for rent. We have what is known as indirect costs. We have direct costs. The ones that the project manager may have to manage more is the indirect costs because they are not specifically attributable to the project itself. Right? And I see some nice sharing occurring in terms of some of the websites you could share. When it comes to time, again, we talk about definite beginning, definite end, but even within a project schedule, there may be milestones. So if we look at the example of the house, we may have a particular, especially persons who are using things like bridging, you know that the second tranche of money would not be sent or disbursed unless you have reached a particular stage in the project. And similarly, we talk about quality fitness for purpose. It must meet some form of acceptance criteria. So we have time, cost, scope, and we also see there as well quality. So in the succeeding video, it focuses on the triple constraint. Again, I would provide the link for the video. Let me just hold on this one. Right, let's hold for a second. So let me provide you with the link and I'll provide you where you will play from. Right, so it will just be under 2 minutes of view. So you look at this in your YouTube link. So I'm sending this now. Right, so you play it from about the 4.5 minute mark to the 4 minute and 13 seconds mark. Right, in the meantime, I will just play the video without the audio. But definitely based on past experience, one of the reasons why the audio is coming out a bit distorted because I use Zoom and the audio with a smaller group of 15. The likelihood is that the audio is becoming distorted because of the number of students that we have. Well, thankfully, we have the YouTube links that we could choose, and we could look at in our browsers as well. So let me just play the video, and then after we'll discuss that. Okay, so good. So from the previous video, who defines the quality aspect in a project? Who would you say is the person that defines the quality aspect in a project? Right, so the client, the customer, right? Good. And the project manager, right? So the project manager, the customer, so you say the customer. Right, and the end user could also be one of your key stakeholders. So you notice that they talk about the triple constraint. They talk about what affects the achievement of the project. So we talk about cost, time, and scope, which is what we normally refer to as a triple constraint. But you notice that they also talked about three others. What were the three others they mentioned that could affect the ability to meet goals, right? Resources, risk, and what was the third one? Right, benefits could also factor, but that's where we brought in the quality part. So do these 6 things, which you'll see on the screen now, are these six things the only things that have to be considered for a project? And the answer for that is no. Depending on the customer, certain things may rate higher than others. Like I give the example that I've given in some classes. You think about Disney, Walt Disney. When they embark on certain projects, their key criteria is not necessarily time and cost, but 2 of their key criteria for this determining the success of a project would be safety and aesthetics. How safe it is, because again, it's an amusement park with an amusement theme. They have to ensure safety of their products, and it must also blend in well with the rest of the park's themes. So as much as cost, time, quality, scope, resources, and risk have been prominent when it comes to determining the success, for different customers, they may make different things their priority. So for some customers, the less riskier project it is, the better for them. So they'll always go with the one with less risk. But for another person, cleanliness might be the other. So these are the major things that are considered, but for every customer, they may specify which one they consider to be important. So if we have to remember this enhanced triple constraint, I draw it like this: SBS, RQR. Scope, schedule, budget, SBS. And then for risk, quality, resources. So SBS, RQR, and this is referred to as the enhanced triple constraint. So now what we will advance to would be our project management or our project lifecycle, which is this one here. When we think about the project lifecycle, one of the analogies that we usually use would be the human lifecycle. So here's a question for you. What is the project lifecycle? What are the phases involved? And what's the difference between product and project lifecycle? So I'll give you just 2 minutes to take a look at that. What's the difference between the two? Well, let's make it 3 minutes. Let's make it 5 minutes. So just take about 5 minutes just to look at those two. These are the 3 questions that we're considering now. What is the project lifecycle? What are the phases involved? And what's the difference between product and project lifecycle? You're also free to send your answers via the chat as well. Right, so I'm seeing some of the answers coming in here with regard to the project life cycle. Right, so looking for some answers on the difference between project and product. Okay, seeing some here too. Okay, appreciate the answers. Right. Just letting the group know in advance that you all are doing well in terms of the responses. Really appreciate the response of the group. So that's our time up there. All right, so I'm just going to give you some of the responses that we received. So with regard to the project life cycle, different stages has a definite end while the product life cycle may not, and that's an important consideration. The product life cycle describes the stages a product passes through from conception to retirement. So really and truly, the product life cycle could begin way before a project starts, and it may exceed the completion of the project. And you have a product life cycle can have single or multiple products, and that's true. The project life cycle has a definite end, while the product life cycle may not. They talk about the project life cycle is sequential, project life cycle may not be. And I'm just basing this on the responses that you know, you all are doing the research to, and I appreciate that as well. So with regard to the phases, as we said, we could use the analogy of a person's life. And there's 2 or 3 points that I want to make with this here. Right? Now, when we consider the baby stage, usually that is where you're now learning. So the biggest uncertainty occurs in a project very, very early in the project. And let me just use my spotlight here. Right, so very early in the project, you may find that there's the greatest amount of uncertainty. That's very early in the project. So usually in the planning phases and the initiation phases, that's where the greatest uncertainty, because you may plan for risk, but you don't know what will happen. And because it's the early stages of the project, you really don't know what will occur. But then as you grow, just as with the humans, like there's more knowledge, there's more experience. And usually too, if you look at the maturity level of a person, usually around this stage is where they're gaining the most, usually gaining the most in terms of income, be able to put as much as possible when it comes to experience. So usually it's in the execution phase of a project that you actually use the greatest amount of resources. And then now as you go from project execution to project close, that is where the greatest risk could occur too. Because as you get older, the susceptibility to death increases. And so too you find with a project, usually when it's coming closer to the end, when a customer asks for changes, those things have the greatest impact on the project, because at that time is one of the most inconvenient times to make changes. Could you imagine almost completing a house and the customer tells you, boy, we want you to redo the foundation? At that stage, it's going to be virtually impossible. So similarly too, when it comes to the closing stages of a project, that is the stage at which if changes occur, they detrimentally impact the project. So when we look at the phases, this is where we're introducing what is known as the 4D model. So you may have seen it. When you look it up on the internet, you may find that the deliver actually comes into the place of develop. But for the purpose of the unit, these are the 4 levels or the 4 stages in the project life cycle. And as I mentioned before, when we were doing the unit introduction, some students have actually used the 4D model to develop their paper. When it goes into assignment number 2, they have used the 4D model. Reason being, and this is giving you an idea now with regard to project number 1, in the define stage, this is where again, we're planning. This is where you're planning to start your project. So we notice on the right-hand side, you have the project brief. And again, if you need to take any snapshots, feel free to take snapshots here. You have the 2 things that we're working on for project number 1, business case and scope statement. So as per a question that one of the students asked earlier, when we consider the project brief, which is something that is more aligned to Prince 2, the 2 things that we're focusing on there, the business case and the scope statement, that is the basis for our first assignment. And there's a template. When we go into the second session, business case, we'll actually work on that template. Then the second part of the project life cycle, when it comes into design, this is where you go into a planning part. So the business case and the scope statement provides the justification for the project. And it also tells you what your deliverables are going to be, what is your assumption, what are your constraints, the risk. It's kind of a high level description of your project. When you come into the design, this is when you go into a little bit more detail. And some of the tools that you can use here are your product breakdown structure, your work breakdown structure, your activity list, your network analysis, your critical part, your Gantt chart, your risk and quality management. Those will make up the basis of our first assignment. So your first assignment, as we said, is actually 2 things, your project brief and your project plan. And for those who missed it, the entire project number 1 or assignment number 1 or assessment number 1 is going to be a purely PowerPoint slide. All right. So when we go in to look a little further into the model, we have the 4 phases here, and this is also on Brio, level of activity. So usually in your define stage, that is when you're going from concept to initiation, the activity is limited. But when it comes to do, which we otherwise known as deliver or execute, that is when most of our activity is taking place. That is when the project manager has to manage resources, look for risk. In fact, if it was a project, it is during this time that the project manager has to engage the stakeholders even more. And if it's an off-site project, this may be the time when the project manager needs to be visible, may need to be on-site while critical stages of the project is being undertaken. And then the develop part has to do with capturing your lessons learned in terms of how we could develop the knowledge that we would have acquired in the project. So I'm just going to take you through the next few slides that detail it. So this first one, we define what are the questions being answered, what is to be done, why is it to be done, and then it talks about the activity, focusing on conceptualization and analysis. And as we said, that is where you're considering things like the project brief, and which involves the project business case and the scope statement. The next thing that we look at is your design, and this answers the question, how will it be done? Who will be involved in each part? So that's where your resource planning comes in. When can it start and finish? That's when we're doing things like sequencing. That's when we're doing the activity list. That's when we're doing the network diagram part. And as I said, the activity here, proposal, justification, and agreement. And that's why you're getting an agreement of your stakeholders to go forward. Good, and this is around the time when the project manager will get what is known as his or her project charter, which stipulates that they've been assigned to the project. Then the fourth stage, or the third stage that we look at, is your deliver. This is when you're doing the work. Some persons may still need to go on mute, please. Again, question, how should the project be managed on a day-to-day basis? So this is where the project manager becomes fully involved. The activity is startup, the execution, the completion, and the handover. And then the last part, which is the develop, this is where you're reviewing. This is where you're taking, building your knowledge management. This is where you're taking lessons learned and applying it to maybe projects that may come up in the future. How could we better? How could we improve? How we do things better? What should we avoid? It is also a very good time now to reward those who would have participated very well on the project. So when we compare the product versus the project life cycle, this kind of gives you a conceptual diagram of it. So notice the product life cycle starts from the new idea. Then, of course, you'll be checking other options, alternatives. And then we agree, okay, we're going ahead with this product. This is the design that we want. And now that's when your project starts. And your project finishes when the project is launched. And then your project comes to an end. But now for the product life cycle, it goes on because now this product may become part of the operations. And so the project life cycle may continue until the product is retired. So let's do a recap of the session. When we started off, these were the 3 things that we said we'd have been focusing on: projects and project management, time, cost, scope, and quality, the quadruple constraint, and we looked at the project life cycle, the 4 Ds. So as per normal, I will send you some journals. As I said, just remember with the journals, the purpose is not to overwhelm, but it's just to provide you with information. You filter, but I prefer you filter than me say don't send. So these are some, you can choose to look at it at your own time, but again, it's providing you with the resources you need. And then as mentioned, although I sent some, I'll provide you with the YouTube links that we would have used for this session. So I open now for any questions before we get into our second session, which is your business case. So any questions? All right, so feel free to ask any questions further. Right, again, to just emphasize, this session, we have quite a bit to cover. And if you reach a point where you may not be able to continue, just you can exit. But as I stated from in front, there are 4 sessions that we need to cover. And the purpose is to put you in the best place possible to get started and get, you know, a launch in terms of your assignment number 1. Right. A person who is asking, all this information can be accessed on Brio. Most of this can be accessed. Some of the things that I do as personal research, because sometimes when I read the things on Brio, sometimes in terms of my own perception of it, sometimes it's a little difficult for me to grasp, so I add other things so that it could enhance the presentation. So I hope that is what is being done. And I'm going to go back to the previous slide as is being asked. Is this the slide that you wanted to go back to? That is Jamila. Is this the slide? Right, okay. Right, so just remember this is going to be provided in an email this afternoon. If you don't receive an email from me by 5 o'clock, just send me a message that I didn't get the email. All right, so we conclude there and we get cracking on business case. And then you'll tell me when you're dying so that we will break for lunch. right? With regard to how soon we'll expect the actual brief, I would imagine that we already we know the draft is already in, so we're expecting as soon as possible, as early as possible. Just be guaranteed that once I get it, it will be sent, right? Once I get it, it will be sent. Right, I'm gonna put back up the discovery fee slide. All right, so let me go back to the last slide based on what persons are asking. Right, so I'm just giving persons the opportunity, just asking me, is this a slide? Michaela, is this a slide that, okay, good. All right, so let's begin to, let's go to business case. Right, so someone is asking, is the draft on Taunton warehouse? From what I see, yes, but that is still to be approved. And with regard to project charter, yes, project charter is exclusive to PMBOK. You'd find them talking more about project brief with regard to Prince 2, but not a hint as to where to concentrate, because they kind of use the terms interchangeably because they're using the two methodologies, Prince 2 and PMBOK, as a framework. And we'll get some more details as time goes by. All right, so let's begin with business case. Since we all fired up and ready to go. So let's do this. Pick up the slide and put up this one instead. Right, so we go to business case. Now, usually when you look up business case on the internet, you'll get a briefcase. This is not what this is referring to. We're talking about business case with regards to what is the justification for the project. So, another quotation, things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. So I find that to be an interesting comment. Right, so things don't always go how we like it, but it's really making the best of the circumstances. And I'm sure that has proven true in quite a number of students' lifetime. So in terms of what we were asked to consider before, these were some of the things that were sent before in terms of the pre-session activity. Right, so these are some of the things that were sent. The project management, the business case, governance, that was a video, PDF, project case, and then you also had a template as well and the project brief. So those are some of the things that you were asked to consider beforehand. Right, so what are the objectives at the end of session number 2? We'll be able to answer what is a business case, its components, and why important to a project. So let's begin. And we'll start first by looking at the project, at the business case. Right, so the business case is what we cover first. And remember this, right? This is the 4D model. And as we said, the focus for the assignment number 1 is in your define and your design. So when we're thinking about this section, with regard to the business case and the one to follow thereafter the scope statement, we're focusing on the defining part. Good. And of course, we'll also remember this as well. This was a table I was just shown in terms of what is done in this section, conceptualization and analysis. And again, as it says in terms of the description, identify what has to be provided to meet the needs. Is it likely to be feasible? So the customer could come to you demanding certain things, it's your role as a project manager to determine whether it's feasible or not. And that's where one of the things that you must consider would be other options. So let's deal with this question now. Based on your knowledge, based on your pre-reading, based on your research that you're going to do right now, what is a business case? And as we said, this is not to be confused with a briefcase. What would you consider a business case to be? Feel free to respond by the chat. Right? Business case provides justification for undertaking a project, a reason for the project. And would anyone want to venture? What are some of the things that we put within a business case? Right? Cost benefit analysis. Nice. And any other thoughts on business case? Right? We talk about risk management, feasibility study, why, what, and how. Reason for initiating a project, identifies risk constraints, right? Estimated time scale. So if we were to put this in a sort of a nutshell, remember, as we said, your customer comes to you with a request for a project. They would not, unless they're employing somebody who is an expert, they are coming to you as a project manager, as the expert, but they may come with very vague requirements. Your responsibility as a project manager now is to kind of detail those requirements as much as possible. And that is where you get involved in developing the business case. Sometimes the business case is developed by the executive. They come up with it. But basically from the customer's requirements, we come up with a business case, we come up with a scope statement, and under normal circumstances in terms of the project management life cycle, that is what you take to the executive to get the approval. And then when it's approved, that is when they now issue your contract to start working on the project. And that is where you now start planning. So I'm seeing some other things coming up here: risk management, constraints, risk estimate, time scale, cost, return on investment, major risk, the original benefits, clear definition. So those are some things that are part and parcel of business case. So just to add to some of the things that was mentioned, it aligns the project progress to the business objectives. So that's a nice response to timelines and milestones. Really appreciate the response. So it tells us in the second bulleted point here, it says it drives the decision-making processes and is used to continually align. So that's exactly what was mentioned. It provides more data on the options, benefits, costs, and risks. So those are some of the key reasons behind the business case. Now, looking at it a little further here, we have a project mandate. This was one that I sent to you. One of the PDF documents I sent, which we'll be working on, is something referred to as a toy recall project. So I'll bring it up, and if you don't have it, I'll probably send it to you. I'll probably attach it. So it says the project mandate is like that particular document you have in hand. It is used to develop information required for the business case, because as we said, usually when the customer comes in, they may not have all the information at hand. Okay, right, so I'll probably have to send the PDF to you. Good. It said it can be used to verify the project, that the project remains on track. So that is the business case. So what are some of the things that are required in the business case? Just as you said in your comments, it talks about time scales, costing, resources, and return on investment. Right, so those are some of the things that you could actually put in terms of your investments. Right, and return on investment is similar to the same thing that was mentioned, cost-benefit analysis. What business reasons may justify the need for a project? What are some of the reasons a business may use to justify a project? right? Improve efficiency as one of the responses. Business growth is another. Competitive environment. Project rejuvenation, improvement, competitive advantage, change in market, stakeholder needs, whether valid or not. Sometimes stakeholders, or especially if it's the executive, they go away on a vacation and they go to some company and they like what they see. There's some deal that is offered, and then when they return, it is now a project. So they talk about cost rationalization, technological, and very nice. So some very good points being made here. Really appreciate the feedback. So these are some others, or these are the five that we could concentrate on. Again, feel free to take the screenshot. This image will be sent by email. So they talk about it. It could be strategic. It could be trying to seize an opportunity. We see something in the making, and so we need to get on board. It's similar to online classes. Now they are more popular than ever. So persons who might have been the first movers to benefit from the explosion that is occurring now. And one of the questions that's being asked is the business case continually reviewed, or is it fixed after sign off from by the sponsor? It depends, but usually a business case needs to be adapted because as time goes by in the project, more things become known. Of course, it is going to be difficult to adjust the business case when you get into the execution phase. But yes, it can be adjusted. It's not a static document. Because sometimes it's only when you engage and decide on who your vendor will be and your provider will be, and now you require their technical expertise, you may realize there's some adjustments that need to be made in order to align the business case with the new requirements. So it's even though it's signed off by the sponsor, there are things that may be added, and those are the things that the project manager needs to manage. Then it talks about financial as another reason. Costs and benefits. And they also talk about return on investment, operations, improving operations, and also innovation. So those are some of the justifications for a project. So now we look at one of our presentation here in terms from the following video, determine what are some of the contents of a business case. So let me just provide you with that link as well. This video is just about 5 minutes long. And this is just going through some of the contents of a business case. So I'm sending the link to you now. So take a look at that. In the meantime, I'll play the video on mute. Right, so you can pick up some things on the whiteboard. Okay, sorry. Let me just resend the link. I think I may send that to one person. Right, sorry about that. It seemed as if I sent the link to one person. Right, so I'm gonna start it over. And in the meantime, while the video is playing, I'm also going to answer some of the questions on the chat. Sorry. So people are still not seeing the link. Okay, let me try again. My apologies. Just a reminder for those who are not hearing the video, the audio is off because, as was mentioned before, persons were getting the distorted audio as well as the video could have been lagging based on either internet connection or the number of students we have on. So I send a link so that persons can look at it separately on YouTube. And that's how we'll have to do it because of the limitations we have using the technology. So I'm just playing the video. Again, there's some things on the whiteboard. And of course, this just gives me an idea in terms of the time it will take for persons to also look at the video individually as well. Okay, so let's discuss a bit based on the video. What were some of the things that you may have captured in terms of what are some of the elements in a business case? And what are some of the things, how do you go about filling out a business case? There were some things highlighted there. Any thoughts on that? All right, so we have the exec summary, justification, reasons for the projects. So just remember, business case may vary from person to person, benefits expected, research market. So the contents of a business case may vary. Right, business outline, business strategy, marketing plan, as the case may be. Good, so we appreciate that feedback on that question. So this slide here highlights some of the things that could be included in a business case. As we said, business case may go from little detail to very detailed. So they highlight some of the things here that could be included. Feel free to screenshot it. So some of the other things that they mentioned, things like performance measures, determining the strategic alignment, exploring the alternatives. I'm seeing one of the responses here, important to determine rate of return. That's correct. And that's one of the cost-benefit analysis calculations that is recommended. And we'll talk about that when we get there too. Then it talks about resource requirements, expected funding. So it could be a very detailed document. Fortunately, there are so many on the internet that you can more or less cut and paste and alter depending on the needs. So additionally, apart from what you're seeing there on the screen, it mentions some other things here. How will the project meet a business need? Remember, we looked at the 5 things such as return on investment, the strategic part, the innovation, and the financial. Then how will the project be successfully run? What is the outcome? And then how would you ensure that you align the project's progress? There's also something that we don't touch on in this unit where they talk about earned value management, where you measure what is your planned cost against your actual costs and what have you earned thus far based on the work that might have been expended. So with regard to the format of the business case, again, they talk about here some questions that need to be asked. What is the problem trying to solve? What is the business opportunity and things like this. So in one of your emails, and you could just confirm this to me by means of the chat, this was one of the documents that was provided. Did everyone get this document? Somebody said yes, no, yes. Right, so this document would have been sent in one of the links for the project, for the introduction, for the business case in the email. So it would have been in one of those links, right? So it wasn't sent as a separate PDF document. You'd have had to download it from Google Drive. Right, but what I will do now, let me just email that to persons who may not have gotten it as a separate document. So I'll do that now. I'll email it to you. I was thinking on Zoom, maybe I didn't see it. I thought there was the possibility of being able to attach documents, but I might be mixing that up with Microsoft Teams. So I'm going to send two of the PDFs, which will be the scope statement and the business case template. So you'll receive that in a couple of minutes. So let me send that to you now. So I'm attaching the business case. So I'm going to attach a business case. Let me just make sure here. So just hold on, I'll put back up the screen shortly. Let me just get the business case. And I'm now attaching the scope statement as well. So when we get there, you'll already have this in your possession. I'm also going to attach it by recall just in case. Right, so that was just sent by email, but as I said, it was sent in the pre-session activities. Right. Okay, so I just sent it by email. Thanks for the feedback by means of the chat. So what we're going to do now, we're just going to spend some time. As I said, this is one of the documents that is associated with the first assignment. Right, so you have a business case for the project. So in terms of what are we going to do, we're going to focus on the toy recall. I also send the toy recall by email. So what we're going to do, and we're going to use this, do this as in breakout teams, in the breakout rooms, using the toy recall project mandate, which I sent by email and you'd have gotten that earlier. We're going to write an executive summary, the options considered and the reasons for the project. I think the one that we'll be more interested in would be the reasons for the project and also the options considered, right? So you're going to make use of the toy recall to do that. And I'll just change up the requirements here. And we consider, let's take this one out. So we look at the options considered and the reasons for the project. All right, so I'm going to put you in the rooms now. And I'm also going to bring up the slide with the toy recall. So this is what the toy recall project looks like. So what we're going to do for this project, in the breakout rooms, we're going to discuss the options considered and also the reasons for the project. I'm going to leave out the executive summary because usually executive summary comes last after you did everything else. So we're just going to briefly consider some of the options and also the reasons for the projects. Right, I will just give the activity just about 5 to 10 minutes. All right, so it's not going to be long. Now, because we had persons who may not have been part of the breakout rooms, I am going to recreate the breakout rooms. Okay. Right, so if after this you are not in a breakout room, just send me a message. I'm just reviewing the names that we have. All right, so I'm going to open the breakout room now. And as you said, we're just going to give this about 10 minutes. Just going to give us about 10 minutes. Thank you. Tony. I get up if there's anything.
Hello. Hello.
Answer sorry.
Okay, so we now get the poll.
Right, so welcome back everyone. I hope it was a fruitful session with the breakout rooms. Let's hear what were some of the reasons that were given for the project. Okay. Right, so design flaw, manufacturer fault, right, cost implication, danger to children, faulty products were assigned, right, risk to reduce our, right, public reputation, so safety, humane aspect, right, so quite a bit in terms of the reasons. And what did you explore in terms of the options? So what were some of the options that could have been considered to deliver the required option? Right, redesign, communication to the HR, public broadcast, how to get a message across, best medium to get a message out for the returns, social media, right, customer return to the place of purchase or mail to address, right, refund for the toys, swift action, revamping of the staff. Right, so quite a number of options that could be considered. And this is how we'd have to look at the business case in terms of the project. If the project has faults in it, what would be the possible options to rectify the faults with it? All right, so let me tell everyone where we are right now. So we have, let me see, 3 more slides to cover off the business case. The other 2 parts that we have to do is business case risk and the business case cost. So you let me know, how is everyone feeling for lunch? So could we finish off the 3 or 4 slides? Right, so we finish off the 3 or 4 slides and then we'll go for lunch. Good. And could you tell me, are we going for a 30 or 45-minute lunch? All right, so 45s, 45s, 30s. The 45s are in the lead. I'll probably do a poll next time for this. Right, 45s, I'm seeing more 45s than 30s. Right, so the 45s seem to have it. So we take it for a 45. If you think that you may need a little extra, you're free to. We could always listen to us in the background as the case may be. All right, so let's do the last few slides before we close up for lunch. Right, so in terms of the business case and the project phases, and this is just reiterating some of the things that were mentioned earlier. So at the startup, the project mandate, which usually comes from the customer, usually is the one that you'll get from the customer, and they use the information from that, right, kind of rough sketch to develop the business case. At initiation, the business case is updated to provide more detailed information as the case may be. But just as was being said, the business case is not static, because as you go further into the project, more details become known. So it's reviewed to confirm that the project remains on track and to check that the business case remains valid within the business context. So therefore, it's something that is continually reviewed. In terms of identifying the benefits, again, you start from the project objectives to identify, and these are some of the terminologies that you could use: benefits will range from operational benefits, as the case may be, to more strategic. And that will be more or less what we will close off on. And then when we come back from lunch, we will then consider business case risk, and we'll consider business case cost. All right, so I just want to wish you a good lunch, a hearty lunch, and we will recommence in 45.
Hi, just a quick question. The breakout room groups and how, how we are grouped together, is it the same persons that are going to be in the group throughout the course of today? Thank you.
For sure. Good afternoon and welcome back for our post-lunch session. I hope you had a good lunch and looking forward to packing in as much as we can this afternoon. So as we said, just to give a status of where we are, we're going to finish off session 2 by looking at the business case risk and also the business case cost. And we'll also touch in terms of investment appraisal when we talk about the cost benefit. And that will kind of round off our discussion of that business statement or business case format that we have, the draft of the business case. So we're going to start with risk. The first question after lunch. What is a risk and what are the risk management stages? And risk can be classified into which 2 categories? So let's see if we could get some responses on that. What is a risk? What are the risk management stages? And risk can be classified into which 2 categories? All right, so the first one I'm seeing, threats and opportunities. And then another one, risk is the potential for uncontrolled loss of something of value. Values can be gained or lost when taking risk, resulting from a given action or inaction. Risk uncertainties, and risk is the potential to cause harm. So just based on the responses gotten thus far, risk, right, and we talk about known and unknown. So risk are things that have not happened. And the thing about it is that it may never happen. But the thing that we don't want is that if it does happen, we have no plan. So it's almost like what happens to us driving, for most of us who are drivers. We all have a spare tire in our cars or vehicles that we probably haven't used for years. But we don't say, because we haven't used it for years, we'll take out the spare tire to lighten the load and consume less gas. We leave it in there because we could never tell when a risk could occur. The problem we don't want is to shut down or to have a flat in the middle of nowhere and have no spare. So that is a risk. A risk is an uncertainty. So when we think about risk management, what are the 4 stages of risk management? What's the first stage, second, third, and fourth? So looking out for your chat answers as well. Risk management stages. Right, so first one, that's a good start. We have to identify the risk. Right, when we have the second one, we must analyze. Right, we must evaluate. Right, so identify, assess, control, and review controls. Very nice. And then as part of evaluation, we'll prioritize, and I see persons putting in treat. That will be a risk action. And then control also will be another risk action as well. Well, it is true we can monitor, but when the risk occurs, we must have a risk treatment strategy. So thanks so much for the responses. So going into risk, projects are enablers of change, and change introduces uncertainty. So as they talk about a risk that if it occurs, it will impact on the project. The third question had to deal with what 2 categories can risk be classified in. Usually impact, or as it says here, magnitude, impact, and probability. So could you tell me of a risk that would have a high impact, but a low probability? High impact, low probability. Any examples? A high impact risk, but low probability. Right, so somebody mentioned COVID-20. Another person mentioned, yes, volcano eruptions. they may not have a likelihood to occur, but the thing about it, if it does occur, the impact will be high. Even a typhoon here in Trinidad, that has a low probability, but if it does occur, it's a high impact. So then could we reverse it now? Could you think about something that has a high probability, but low impact? All right, so it depends on what type of car crash you're talking about. Right, sale of a perfume, but is that a risk? We also have oil prices as well, Warsaw lock off water, rainfall, and we also have investors as well. And depending on where we have rainfall may have both a high probability and a high impact. And the Sahara dust, change of government, scope creep as well. Good, so we appreciate the examples. So continuing on with this slide. So it talks about risk has to do with uncertainty, but risk management has to do with the activity that is done to control the risk. And I'm just going to put up just two brief cartoons. This is the after lunch humor. I am not the originator, I'm just the provider of the humor. So in the first one, our risk management software says your idea is too risky. Try reducing one of the inputs. Which one? Honesty. Right, so that was his way of treating, and then we have the one below. So he perceives the risk, does the analysis, and that's the risk management strategy. The cough the air so you don't hear it blow up. Of course, that's not the type of risk management strategy that we want to employ. So when it comes to risk, in terms of the risk management process, as was mentioned in the responses we got, so the risk analysis has to do with identify the risk, evaluate risk, then identify suitable responses, and then you select the responses, and then part of risk management will be monitoring and controlling that. So what are some possible risk categories? You'll see some in the following slide, 2 slides. So these are some of the risk categories. All right, so you have strategic, legal, and I'm seeing some persons responding similarly as well. Appreciate that. And then we also have another framework which is referred to as keep quiet. It talks about it from an environmental perspective and also even from an organizational perspective. So it talks about social, technical, economic, environmental, and political. And of course, those first 5 kind of reminds us of PESTLE. And the last one is at the bottom, which is the L, legal. And then they talk about commercial risk, organizational risk, information technology risk, and legal risk. So now let's look at the classification of risk. As we said, we classify risk based on probability. Yes, and based on the question here, would stakeholders who are resistant be considered a risk? Yes, they would be. And there's actually, when we go through the stakeholder management session next week, there's something called a power interest grid, where sometimes depending on the amount of power they have in the organization and also the level of interest they may have in the project, if they have high power and high interest, we may have to choose to manage them very closely because they have the potential to disrupt your project. So yes, stakeholders, depending on who they are, can be considered a source of risk. So with regard to the probability, we talk about it in 3 designations. We look at high, medium, and low. The high, very likely to occur. And those are the ones that you manage more closely. Then you talk about impact. If it does happen, if it's high, it will prevent the successful delivery of the projects. So hence the reason why, based on those two criteria, we have to classify the risk. So this particular framework, because remember when we looked at the unit outcomes and the learning outcomes, they talked about the tools that we have to become familiar with. Well, this is one of them. The risk probability impact matrix, or sometimes some refer to it as a map. So what we do, we don't necessarily have to use a 5-layer grid. It could be 3, dependent on the amount of risk and how much scrutiny we want to put it under. So if the risk has a high impact, highly significant, we may give it a 5. And if it has a possible impact, we may give it a 3. We take the 5. Let me just show you that with the, pointer, sorry. So let's suppose we have a risk here, and the risk has a high impact, highly significant, if it does occur. But we may rate it as the probability may be very low. And as a result of it being high impact, but still possible of happening, 5 multiplied by 3 gives us 15. So based on that, we determine that it can be considered a high risk. And based on the level that we classify it at, those are the ones that the project manager wants to monitor very, very closely. Good. So then the next thing that we look at is something referred to as your risk plan. And we'll take a look at that just now. So this is your risk plan, and this is used in conjunction with your risk impact, probability impact matrix. So here's where it gives you some examples of some of the possible risks that a project may have. So this is what it's showing you here. So you see here for risk number 1, unexpected ground condition, they give you the cause. The probability is 3, the impact is 3, and as a result, they give it a measurement of 9. And as a result of that, it may be considered a medium impact. And similarly, all the others. And then the one that is considered low, well, the 9 to 12 would be probably considered as low, 16 considered as high as the case may be. But it just shows you how you could use the risk plan to determine how you classify. You notice at the end, they have how you would respond to the particular event. Would you avoid it? Would you transfer the risk? Would you mitigate, accept, and manage? And we'll talk about that a little later on too. So that brings us to the end of risk when it comes to the business plan. And now the other part that we go on to is now the other part of the business plan would be the business case estimated cost. And you'll see this at the bottom part of your business template, as the one that we provided a little earlier. So question here, what is cost estimating? What are direct and indirect costs? And name and explain some estimating techniques. So we have those 3 questions here. We just give you a few minutes to consider what is cost estimating, what are direct and indirect costs, and also to name some estimating techniques. So feel free to chat it or feel free to research it as well. Okay, so someone responded, the amount of money the company can spare, right? Indirect costs are overheads. Then we talk about one estimating technique, which is referred to as top-down. You also have the bottom-up. Then I'm seeing a response, a forecast on how much funding the project may require. Right? We talk about direct cost, material use, salary. Those things are directly related to the project. And then we talk about indirect costs, operations cost. Right? So any more estimating techniques? So we had bottom up. We also have top down. Any other cost estimating techniques? All right, so waiting on a few responses here. What other cost estimating techniques are there? All right, so appreciate the responses. So let's look at it a little closer now. So first of all, cost estimating. Effectively plan and control a project, accurate estimating is essential. But here's what. Usually when you start a project, especially if it's a project for the first time, your cost estimating is not going to be very accurate. But as you get into the planning phase of it, where you're talking about design and you engage your project person and some of the resources, then your estimating techniques, the error reduces. But really and truly, when the estimating becomes more on point, is coming to the time when you're executing, because that's where all the unknowns, most of them, become known. So your cost estimation gets better over time. But it's just like building a home. We could become more proficient at cost estimating, but we can't carry that proficiency to another home, because in most cases, we will probably only build one. But as you get closer and closer to the execution phase of the project, your cost estimation improves. So let's look at the indirect and the direct cost. All right, so we look at that now. So, indirect and direct cost. So direct cost, as it mentions here, can be easily and conveniently traced to the unit of product or other costs. And they give you some examples, material. So if I purchase material and it costs a certain amount, well, then I know what the cost of each piece of material is because it's directly related to the purchase of the product. So those are very easy to estimate. But the indirect costs is ones that cannot be easily traced. So as one person put it in the chat, they talk about overheads, but think about it. If I am using, let's suppose, one of these containers as my office, and I've just finished a project, and now I'm starting a new project, but I'm using the same container. How do I determine how much of the air condition and the paper and the electricity is attributed to the first part of the project, and how much do I attribute to the second part? So it's like an indirect cost. But the challenge for the project manager is that they must manage these indirect costs, because eventually they could subsume your direct cost. So some further examples here of direct costs compared with indirect costs. They talk about the direct labor, they talk about manufacturing supplies, and in the indirect, things that keep the business going: rent, utilities, and general office supplies. So remember, as I told you before, as we get closer to the end of the project, we are able to refine our estimating techniques. So that's what this diagram shows, the type of estimate, and it also tells you how close or how accurate they are. So when we think about the first type of estimate, the rough order of magnitude, usually it's done at the conception phase. but a lot is not known, so it tells you what the accuracy is, and you realize it's a bit way off. But then when you get into the planning phase, which is referred to as a budgetary type of estimate, the price or the accuracy of the estimating technique improves. And of course, for that, we're employing things like expert judgment, which we heavily rely on the vendors to provide. And then the last one, the definitive, this is when it takes place during the execution. Planning throughout the program life. And what's the accuracy? It increases as you get closer to the end of the project. And sometimes that could be a valuable tool for projects that come after you are able to keep track of the progress, as well as your estimation technique. So again, that all focuses on cost estimating. So now we look at another thing here. And what we look at is some other cost estimating techniques. So they talk about expert judgment. You may have somebody that knows about this type of project, so you call on them to give you an idea. They talk about analogous, parametric, bottom-up, as was given, 3-point estimating, which is a calculation based on optimistic, pessimistic, and most likely. Then they talk about reserve analysis, cost of quality. You could use projects management software, vendor bid analysis, and group decision making. So these are some examples here. These are the 4 popular ones. So when we look at the analogous, based on the illustration, what is it showing there? Any comments? Top left, what is that showing? What is it showing in the top left-hand corner? That's here. What does analogous estimating speak to, based on the diagram? Right, so seeing some of the responses here, based on past experiences, from a previous project, similar to prior projects. Right, good. It seems like it is copying, right, fantastic, past experience. So that is one way that we could determine what the cost would be because we've done something similarly. So that's quite true. The next thing that we talk about is bottom-up estimating. So that's the one on the right, top right. What do you gather from what is bottom-up estimating? Bottom-up estimating. Learn as you go. Any other thoughts in terms of bottom-up estimating? Gather cost to create a total cost. Right. Sum of all costs going up the WBS, right? So that's very good. So when we think about bottom-up estimating, what we're looking at there is that we're getting the prices of the units or the work activities or the work packages, and we're building our costs up. And then when we estimate all the costs of those smaller units, we will get an overall cost. Now, how is that different from top-down estimating? And as one of the comments saying, it's more accurate and it's more granular. With the top-down, is that the budget is given to you. So they make an estimate and executive provides you, okay, for this project, we're giving you 1 million. Now you have 5 major deliverables. And depending on how detailed you make it, you might be able to determine, well, how much you'll need for each deliverable. You may find out in doing it that way that you don't have enough money because you didn't do it bottom up. But because with top down, the budget is given, then you have to compromise, either reduce your scope, or you may have to lessen the detail. The next one, which is bottom left, what do you think parametric is highlighting in terms of estimating? Right, a unit rate is used and multiplied by the number of units, quite correct. So if it took me 20 bricks, 1 bag of cement to build a 5x5, then to build 100 by 100, we just multiply the 20 bricks and 1 bag of cement by 20 to get the 100 by 100. And then the last one is a calculation that is used. So if somebody comes to ask you, well, then how long will this project take? And you tell them, look, in the best case scenario, it will take me 4 weeks. But if in the worst case, if the worst happens, all the delays occur, I could finish this in 6 weeks. But most likely, I could deliver it for you in 5. So what the calculation does is that you take the optimistic at 4 weeks, you add that to the product of 4 by a most likely, which in this case is 5, and then you add your pessimistic, your worst case scenario, which is 6, and you divide all by 6, and it kind of gives you an idea of how much is needed. So we appreciate that. At the same time, folks, I want to thank you for filling out the poll as well. Appreciate that as well. So that is as far as it goes with estimating. So this goes on to describe what the different scenarios are. And the question here for you is, well, the actual topic that we're going to look at. Let me just see if I could just, right. So for this one, what we're going to do, we're going to look at, we're going to go back to the same business case template using the same project toy recall. Go back 1 slide, sure, will do. Let me see if I could just take off the little mark there. Right. All right, so that's good. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to go back to the toy recall project. What we're going to do, first of all, in the first activity, we're going back to go to the breakout rooms. We're going to identify the potential risks for the toy product recall, classify them according to impact and probability, and determine which is the highest. And then we're going to do similarly for the cost part. The estimated cost, identify some direct costs and indirect costs for the toy product recall project in this instance. All right, so everyone is clear on that? So we're looking at the risk, and we're also looking at the cost as it relates to the toy recall project. All right, and again, everybody should have the toy recall project. That's what we're gonna work on now. All right, so I'm gonna put you back in groups. I will put that maybe about 10 minutes or so, maybe 12 minutes. Is that good? Is 12 minutes okay? Okay. All right, so we're gonna put you back in the groups, and then we will work on that, and then we'll come back to discuss. All right, and again, just use it as an opportunity to practice on finding out the requirements for each. All right, so I'm gonna go into the rooms. I'll set the time. Right, so we're looking at risk and we're looking at cost. I'll bring it back up when I set out the rules. So we're looking at cost, which is going to fall under the estimated cost in the business template. And we're also looking at the risk as well. So I'll put it up. Let me just set this up here. So the first one, identify potential risk. Classify them according to impact and probability. And then the next one would be the direct cost. This was up now.
Hey guys, what WhatsApp group you're in?
Right, so I think everybody is more or less returning now. Right, so let's start with the first activity that we highlighted before. What are some of the risks that you identify for the project? Again, you could respond by the WhatsApp chat. Right, so I'm seeing some of the risks. Right, so financial risk. Right, I even see some persons would have rated it. So that's pretty good. Child getting damaged. The human factor. I see persons put out as operational risk as medium, financial risk high, commercial risk. Some persons say that they're not seeing the screen. Sorry about that, my apologies. Good, so some persons said that they saw right, so some of them are saying hi. Some other risks, loss of reputation, regulatory. Loss of market share, decline in brand image. So those are some of the risks identified. And of course, one of the things that supplements doing the risk assessment is in terms of determining the risk responses. So how would you deal with those things in terms of defamation of character, loss of market share, and responses? So let's look at the second part where we talked about direct and indirect cost. What were some of the costs that we identified again, whether direct or indirect? All right, so we have lawsuits. Any other costs we could think about? All right, so again, I lost my screen there. Sorry about that. All right, is it that persons are still not seeing my screen? to show it. 15 messages. All right, so some of the other costs that I'm seeing here, I'm seeing salaries of workers, I'm seeing research and development and direct costs, research and development. Sorry about the problem with the screen just now. Direct finances. A question being asked, should costs and risks be limited to the scope of the project? Not necessarily. They could actually have external influences, environmental influences that that could impact, such as government legislation. If they change some of their policies, it could impact on a project. Right? Indirect costs, import costs, as the case may be. Right, so thanks so much for the responses on that. Right, so the next thing that we look at, which would be the final part in considering this business case, would be the investment appraisal. If you look lower down to the end of your business case template, you will see that investment appraisal. And I think earlier in the discussion, one person had mentioned and let's look at one of the investment appraisals that we look at here. So here's the question. What is the purpose of a cost-benefit analysis? And could you think of an example? Yes. Let me just fix something that I'm seeing with the chat. My apologies. All right, you should be able to send to everyone. I mistakenly may have taken it off. Right, so we have comparative analysis. Right, we have some others as well. So when we think about the cost benefit analysis, we're looking at weighing if this is going to cost us X amount of dollars, what is the benefit it's going to bring for us? And based on the benefit, is it worth the cost? So those are some of the things that we consider when we do a cost benefit analysis. We're doing the investment, yes, but will it pay off in the long run? So sometimes for some projects, there is an initial cost. In fact, a new project could cost hundreds of thousands, even millions of dollars. But the point is, after expending that amount of money, what is the value it returns to the customer? And that's why it's important to do a cost benefit analysis. So in terms of what a cost benefit analysis is, it says the purpose of the cost benefit analysis is to ascertain the accuracy of any investment decision and provide a foundation for comparing it with similar proposals. So there's something that we may be familiar with. It's similar to if you're making an investment, purchase a vehicle. It is going to cost you significantly at first, but then you have to weigh what is the benefit is it going to provide for myself and my family. So based on the next image, we'd appreciate when it comes to cost benefit, it comes as if we have to weigh the pros and the cons. So if you look at the cost in this particular image, new equipment, training, But then what is the benefit in the long term? Greater income, faster operations, less waste. So based on that analysis, we could say, hey, it's worth the investment. And hence the reason why it is something that we'd want to do as an organization, as a company. So those are some of the things that we consider when doing a cost-benefit analysis. Now let's look at some possible costs that you may have when we do the cost-benefit analysis. So these are some. So it talks about some implementation costs you can have, and you could also have ongoing costs. And then you may also have some of the benefits that you may categorize based on cost and based on customer. And as you said, based on doing that analysis, we can make a decision that yes, this is worth doing as a project. Right. Right. So I'll just go back to the previous slide. Right. And based on the question being asked, some projects could be considered, and that's where you may have positive and negative risk. So there are some projects that could be considered a risk in itself. And as a result of that, the person has to weigh, again, and hence the reason why we're doing the cost-benefit analysis. Right. So I'm just going back to some slides here based on some requests I'm seeing on the chat. Okay, good. So I think that I would have covered that one there. Okay, so let's go down a little bit further. So a question that comes out of this is this. What challenges are there in calculating a cost-benefit analysis or cost-benefit? The reason being, as we said, there's the initial outlay of funds. It may be significant. Any project that you're undertaking, there may be an initial outlay of funds. So then, what is the challenge when it comes to determining cost-benefit? What would you say is a challenge in calculating the cost? Right, as one person put it, fluctuating. Right, a person talked about the VUCA environment, volatile, uncertain. Right, I can't remember the other two are offhand. Right, complex as well. So you have the markets ambiguous. Whether the cost will bring returns, so that's another one. Any other challenges you could think about there being in calculating cost benefit? Experience in estimating the cost and quantification. What about this one? Some of the benefits of a project are intangible, and sometimes they're hard to measure. So that's one of the challenges in calculating cost benefit. And I could give you an example that was found on the internet. Installing traffic lights. So we may have a project where we're installing traffic lights at a particular junction. What was the business reason? Because it has been found that there were a number of accidents at that particular junction. And as a result of that, they saw the need to install traffic lights. So a huge cost was undertaken. They installed it. They had some roadworks to do, and now the traffic lights were installed. Now that is installed, how do we measure the benefit of having the traffic lights? And how are we sure that the reduction in traffic accidents can be attributed to the installation of the traffic lights? But you know what? Most of the times we would put the traffic lights anyway, because sometimes it's the first response to accidents occurring in a particular area. So the thing about it is that there are many things that could be measured, but there are some that are difficult to. And we'll take an example here, as you'd see in the next video. Let me just provide you with the YouTube link for this one. From the following video, let's examine one way in which cost benefit can be calculated. So again, I'm going to provide you with the link as well as where to play it from. So this is just a little less than 2 minutes. So I'm just going to provide you with the link and where to start the video playing from. Right, so the link was sent. And now we just look at the video. As I said, we're just playing it for the duration. Please feel free to go on the YouTube link to look at the video as you'll get the audio with it there too. All right, so let's discuss a bit. Based on the example that we just looked at, what is one way in which cost benefit can be calculated based on the example just shown? Because they looked at external cost and they also look at internal benefits. So how could it be calculated, the cost benefit? All right, so the benefits minus the cost, difference between total cost and total benefits. So that is indeed one way in which you can calculate the cost benefit analysis. Now, if we go a little further, we'll also look at another thing that is used to calculate or to determine cost benefit, and it is known as the payback period. And based on what we're seeing on the slide, the payback period refers to making an initial investment and then determining when you would be able to get returns on that initial investment. How do you determine it? The payback period is determined by that initial investment made, and you divide that by the annual cash inflow. So let's suppose you expended $200,000 and you're expecting to make back that money in 5 years. At the end of 5 years, you should be able to make back the money that was expended. And if not, it means that it becomes more of a liability to you, as you'll see in the next slide. So based on this slide here, we notice what is the situation as depicted. The project begins with an initial cash outlay of $20,000, and the expectation is that at the end of 5 years, you will make back that money. Sometimes this is important for investors because they want to know that after making the first outlay of cash, how long will it take them to start profiting from the investment? Payback period is one way for them to know. So based on the table, after putting out the $20,000 expense, by the end of the 4th year, they would have been able to recoup all the costs that would have been paid. So the payback period in this instance is actually 4 years. And then once that is done, then is when they start to make profit from the initial investment. So I'm going to throw up a question for you below it and tell me this. You are 50 years old and want to invest in a retirement income for apartment building. It will cost you $2 million to build the apartment, and each apartment will rent for $3,000 a month. What is your payback period, and how may that influence your investment? Remember your age. Remember what the purpose was behind doing it. Tell me, what is your payback period? Right, so one person said yes, about 14 years. And knowing that the payback period is in about 14 years, how will that affect influence your investment? Because remember, as we said, you're looking at it as an income and investment for retirement. How will that influence your investment? Leave it for the kids, right? Because remember, you were looking at this for yourself. Any other idea in terms of how it will affect your investment? Yeah. It's based on your life expectancy, break-even period too long. Yeah, correct. So sometimes the payback period could be help us determine what investments you'll make and when. Yeah. So if you looked at getting that retirement income at the age of 60, you may still be paying on it. Yeah, well, yes, there are a number of factors. So all of those things will influence where we set the rent and different things like that. But just based on the analogy, we get to realize that payback period is one way in which you can determine whether the investment is good or not. So in doing your assignment number 1, you would want to maybe put up a table somewhat like this and at least show that they will make back on the investment within 2 or 3 years, as the case may be, which kind of confirms that it was worth the investment. Okay, so that's what that is illustrating there. Good, so the last part that we consider in tying off this session, we go to what we had spoken about before. We go to the project brief. And I know what it is like after lunch, so this was one of the questions. So we're going to go right into it in terms of what is a project brief, what is its relationship to the project mandate, and what are its 2 main components. So I'm just going to go through in this to tie off the session. So the project brief, as we said, contains a brief description of the objective and the background context for the overall project. The 2 components. is that it elaborates the project mandate. So the project mandate is the first thing that is given. And then the second thing is the two components would be your business case and your scope statement, right? So those are the two things that we're looking at. This slide mentions some of the other things that would be part and parcel of the project brief. Where it includes things like a deliverable, a communication with stakeholders, assumption and constraint, capturing lessons learned. So these are some. Now there's a video that accompanies it. I'll just send the video to you so that you can look at that at your spare time. And in terms of answering this question, some of the key things that the project brief should capture. We're looking at project objectives, scope, major deliverables, milestones, timing, activities, process, and delivery resources. Right, so that brings us to the end of this second session. What is a business case, its components, and why important a project? These are some of the journals that I will send at the end of today's session. Right, so let me just go back up the previous slide. Is it that slide, Natasha? All right, go back a few slides. Is it this one? Okay. Right, so the project brief comprises of the business case and this scope statement. Okay, so those are the two major components. And as we said, it's all part of your first phase in your project. And that's where we define it. Good. So that brings us to the end of this session number 2. And with bated breath, we go on to session number 3. So is everyone seeing the slide presentation right now? Yes? Okay, good. So now we go into the third session that focuses on scope statement. And again, as usual, we begin each session with a quotation as well. And an interesting one is mentioned here. It says, always won't open new doors. So what were some of the activities we had scheduled before? We had a project scope video, how to stop scope creep in your projects, the project scope performer notes. So that will provide you some details as what goes into the sections of the scope statement, the scope definition, and your assumptions and constraints review. Right, so those are the things that we'll cover in this session. Right, so we start off first with the scope management. So at the end of this session, these are the objectives we want to achieve. What is project scope and why important? The importance of a scope statement and its contents. What are deliverables, constraints, assumptions, and SMART objectives? So that's the focus. So let's start off with a question here under scope management. What would you consider to be project scope? Let's get some of your thoughts on that. What would you consider to be project scope? Right, the deliverables expected by the client, right? We talk about the project objectives, the activities that are carried out to deliver the projects. We talked about the timelines, the tasks to be completed. So most of it focuses on the agreed deliverables. So you speak with the customer, we agree that we're going to deliver these 20 things. That now becomes your project scope. So there are some things, sometimes there are things that are in scope and there are things that are out of scope. So like in building a home, at first when it was built, building a pool in the backyard was part of the scope. But then as the project progressed and they realized they may not have had enough finances, they had to go back to the contractor and tell them, eliminate the pool in the backyard. So now the pool became out of scope, even though it might have been what was part of the official scope when the project started. Right, one person that provided me a good definition here, project scope management is all the work required to achieve the project deliverables, and I quite agree with that. So as it says on the slide here, is a set of agreed product deliverables defined for a project and provides the basis for planning and control. So there's an agreement with what the scope is. And with regard to what scope management is, it says that project scope change happens. Project scope management includes the process to manage scope changes through formal change control. So most of the times, when changes are requested of a project, there's a change control process, and usually it goes through a change control board for approval of the change, and then that is what forms the basis of your change. Right, so I'm just going to go back one. Right, Leah, is that the slide you wanted to capture? Right, good. So we go forward. So that's project scope management. So then they mention this word, and most of us have heard it before, scope creep. And what is scope creep again? What is scope creep? Add-ons, any activity outside of the scope, additions. And we would even further say it's additions without any change in the timeline nor the budget. So it's okay to have changes, but are people willing to pay for that? And am I expected to still deliver at the same time, even though the scope has increased? And as one person put it, unnecessary cost. So look at how it is expressed here in these two little cartoons. Your user requirements include 400 features. Do you realize that no human would be able to use a product with that level of complexity? And then the response is, good point. I'd better add easy to use to the list. So that's what happens with project scope. People continue to add on until it becomes unusable. So then how does a project manager control scope? How do they develop scope discipline on the part of their stakeholders? That's what we're going to see featured. This is one of the videos that we're looking at that is on Brio. So from the ensuing video, decipher how can a project manager enforce scope discipline when managing a project. So again, as usual, I would provide the URL for the YouTube video. I will focus on defining scope. Right, so here's the URL coming to you now. So I said with the URL, you can look at it in order to get the audio. So what you'll see on the screen is video without audio. Again, just going through the duration of the slide. All right, so I'm hoping that you're able to look at it on your YouTube link. And maybe just ask how a person's coping with the after lunch session. Any thoughts on that? How are you managing with the after lunch session? We are still alive, awake, not good, slower, yes. Yeah, not good. A little fried, need coffee, more energetic. 10-minute coffee break. Okay, tired and sleepy. More distracted. Call the undertaker. Yep, overwhelmed. Okay. Life for now. Let's focus here. And that's usually a challenge with the after lunch period. We try to pack as much in before, but we understand. So here's what. Do you think that having a little bit of 10-minute stretch might help now? A little 10 minutes? All right, so let's do that. Right, well, yeah, I know person may want it to be over with, but at the same point in time, I have to be a little cognizant of the participants. Even though I'm not seeing you, I know around this period is a little bit challenging for persons. So let's do a 10-minute break. I'll put up the timer. I also too may need to just take a little stretch myself. And let's take it in thereafter. What we'll do when we come back, I want us to focus on the scope statement. So what I'll do, I'll just jump ahead just to get us started on that scope statement. At least it will provide a little bit of activity. And again, all of this will add up to, providing us with some little experience in doing what the assignment requires. All right, so let's take the 10 minutes. All right, as I said, I'll put up the timer. I know it's a struggle after lunch, so I also want to be sensitive to that too. Good, so we take a 10-minute stretch and we'll be back and let's see how we could continue again. I hope the little break was good. So let's see where we are now, right? Now we have the scope statement to finish, which I said is important because of the relationship with the assignment. And we also have the product breakdown structure and the work breakdown structure to do. So I need to find out from you in terms of how much you can give me. It's now about 20 minutes to 3. Do you think that you can stretch until 4 thereabout? So let me get your comments on that. Do you think that you could stretch? Right, so I'm getting 1 hour thus far. No, it's really difficult. Okay, yes. All right. So far I'm getting most persons saying to 4. So those who can't hang on until 4 o'clock, I'll understand if you have to leave. Right? These have the kind of consensus that persons could kind of pull it till 4. I still want to see if we could get as much in, and at a certain point in time, I'll cut off on the scope statement so that at least we could get enough time with the product breakdown and the work breakdown structure. So what are we going to do with this scope statement? We're going to go through some of the elements in the scope statement, which will be similar to the one that you'll be using for the actual project. Right, so again, if persons can't last until the 4 o'clock and you need to drop off before, feel free to do so. I think that would be fairly understandable as well. All right, so let's go through the scope statement. Let's go through that. And what we're just going through, we're going to go through the elements of the scope statement itself. Right, so I will omit some of the questions too to go right in and save some time as well. So in terms of the scope statement, remember when we talked about the business case gave the reasons for the project, the justification. The scope statement sort of outlays what are some of the major deliverables and the objectives of the project. So in your possession, you have a template for the scope statement. And if you look through the different elements of it, you have the objectives. We know what SMART objectives are. I think most of us know what SMART objectives are. We'll still cross it over in one of the slides. We look at deliverables, the product descriptions, the acceptance criteria, the exclusions, the constraints, and the assumptions. So what the following slides will do is that we'll just touch on each one of the elements briefly and we'll just thumb it through. So at least you'd be aware. So let's start with where it is at the top. We start with the objectives. Well, objectives should be SMART. And when we talk about SMART, we're talking about it being specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. So when you're devising your project objectives, it should start with an action verb. Is either we're trying to improve, we're trying to reduce, as the case may be. All right, so that's the basis of our project objectives, to give us an idea in terms of how we are going to accomplish the objectives. Then we talk about the next thing, we talk about deliverables. Now, when we talk about deliverables, right, when we talk about deliverable, Ainsley, I will give you an answer to your question, right? So we have the deliverables. So I take note of your question, Ainsley, and I'll provide an answer to you for that. So we think about the deliverables as well. So the deliverables have to do with the final outcome or an intermediate element. And usually the product or the service that is delivered, that is your deliverable, right? So those things form the basis of your deliverables. Now, the other thing that we advance to is the product description. I just want to take a moment just to answer one of the questions that is being asked, right? And that has to do with trying to get everything on the Saturday. Just to note that usually when the classes are done face-to-face, which would have been the original schedule, it was done in such a way that for working persons who are not available, they would dedicate a day to do the classes, which is today, Saturday. The compromise we make, as we said before, is that persons will actually have to do other things as well to compensate for the limited time we have in class. Now, as much as we have tried in the past, even when we had the face-to-face, we did try having classes during the week. The turnout was poor, very poor. And the other thing is that when we do during the week, the only way that we probably consider it now is because we have the online classes. But then it has to be a consensus where it will be convenient for some, even with the online classes, there are some people who still will not be available during the week. So therefore, as far as they're concerned, putting the one-day dedication is only if we had a consensus from the students that here's what we would be able to fit in this at another time, that's fair. But when we signed up for a fact that it's a 50-hour class, you know? So, and even from the little responses I'm seeing, they're differing opinions. So my thing is that when we made the decision, it was for 50 hours, and even something at 4 is now 50 hours. 8 to 12 with an hour lunch, and 1 to 4 is not 50 hours. So if persons can't stay, well, I can't commit them to stay much longer. But at the same point in time, we try as much as possible to do what we can. Right? So as I told persons, if they can't stay on, fair enough. We'll probably decide on that after. You could communicate with Ravi, and we'll probably try and see where we could take it from there. But when we were engaged as lecturers, we were told that it's going to be on this Saturday. All right, so we continue. So we're looking at product description next. So basically what we'll have in the product description, we'll have the purpose, the composition, the derivation, the format, and the quality criteria. Then when we go to the acceptance criteria, in order for a project to be deemed acceptable, we must set a basis by which it will be acceptable. And to give you an example, here, at least 2 examples, that the project is delivered within 10% of budget and within 1 month of schedule. So if it is not done, then the customer could probably withhold payments. It also talks about the second example, 95% of the features are ISO 9000 compliant. So it means that the person who you've engaged in to provide service, they know. And so therefore they have to measure the attainment of the project success based on the criteria set. When we come to exclusions are things that are not considered in the project. Our question here was, does the sponsor determine the acceptance criteria not on their own? Usually you'll have to do that in conjunction with your stakeholders. Right, someone told me to just go back. Is it on the product description? Is that the one that you want, Michael? Not Michael, sorry, Charlene. Is it on the product description, or is it the acceptance criteria? All right, so we're on the product description there. Right. Stakeholders could be one, those paying the bill, as well as those who have vested interest in the project, who might be impacted by it. Sometimes the person impacted may not be the necessarily persons who will fund the project. Usually the project sponsors the person who funds the project under the framework of project management. The project sponsor provides the funding. And they are also one of the stakeholders as well. Right, so going down to, we go back to exclusions, we talk about those things that are not going to be considered. And sometimes you may have to be very clear in terms of the exclusion, because sometimes persons have expectation that if you're providing one thing, well then obviously you'll provide another. I'll give you a simple example when it comes to projects. Usually when projects are done and projects are completed, sometimes that project now becomes part of operations. One of the exclusions would be of the project team. We are not required to put this into operation, and that could be an exclusion. The other part in terms of your scope statement is also now your constraints. And we notice that these constraints are based on those same 6 criteria that we talked about, forming part of your enhanced triple constraint: your scope, your time, your cost, your resources, your risk, and your quality. So just as how they determine project success, they could also be used to identify what are going to be the constraints of the project. The next slide talks about the difference between a constraint versus a dependency. So constraints are limitations. Dependencies are the ones that could only happen if the previous is fulfilled. So as an example, a dependency to put up the walls of a home is that the foundation is completed. If the foundation is not completed, the walls can't go up. So the completion of the foundation is a dependency for the erecting of the walls. But you can be constrained by other things. In order to complete the foundation, you could be constrained by the weather. That if the weather isn't good, or if the soil is not the type, that could constrain your accomplishment of your objectives. So constraints and dependencies are different, but they are things that are considered when it comes to the project. Now, when we look at the type of constraints, there are many types. You have internal constraints. You also have external constraints. You have corporate constraints, and that's what these slides are going through here. The different types of internal constraints, and also you have corporate constraints as well. Somebody may need just to put their mic on mute. You're sharing some feedback as well. When we think about the external constraints, these are some that we're considering. We use a framework called PESTLE to determine what some of those constraints are. And again, those are things that form part and parcel of your scope statement. The next thing that we consider, which is the last part of the scope statement, is this one here, where we consider assumptions. And when we think about assumptions, we're thinking about things that you believe to be true when starting a project. One of the things that you might believe to be true is that all resources will be available at the time that they committed to. So that's an assumption. Is it true? Is what you believe to be true, it may not be true. So then you have the 4 quadrants in which assumptions can be divided. You have things like known and known knowns. So you know that this will happen, and as a result of that, we know that in September or October, rain may fall. And as a result of that, that's an assumption that we may make. Assumptions could be both positive and negative. Yeah. So you have things that you know, and then there are things that you don't know. And as a result of that, because you don't know, sometimes you still make provision for it. So let me just go back a page for someone to capture the PESTLE. So when we're thinking about the PESTEL in terms of the external constraints, a few examples could be this. You could have national laws and regulations. You could have suppliers, delivery delays. You could have market forces, political unrest, as the case may be. And I'm going back one slide again. Somebody who wants to pick up the corporate constraints. Okay, so I think you got that one. All right, so we're going down further. And as you said, these are the quadrants here for your assumptions. Things that you know, things that you don't know, and one of the least popular out of the country are the unknown unknowns, things that we are neither aware of nor understand. Some of those things you become familiar with as you go through the project. So we make assumptions. And for the project as well, for the assessment, there are some things that the particular client may not state, and they tell us make assumptions, and we need to state what those assumptions are. All right, so the next slide goes into, so this is a video that you have, so you'll have the URL links, so you could always look at this after. All right, so that's a video that goes into the assumptions and the constraints. Good. So let's do this. Now we want to do a little bit of work on the scope statement, right? We do a little work because we're still on time to finish at the time. So let's do a little work on the scope statement. We go back to the same, so I recall product. Remember, we'd have done some work on the business case. So now we do a little bit of work on the scope statement. And again, you're using this. I also email this as well. So let's take a few minutes to do this. We'll take about 10 minutes. I'll put you out in the breakout rooms. I'll also visit the breakout rooms in case you have any questions on it. And what we're trying to do based on the Toy Recall project, let's see how much of the scope statement could be completed. Maybe you'll have one person who will work on the deliverables, another person will work on the acceptance criteria, and we'll talk a little bit about that after. Right, so I'll set the breakout rooms just for about 10 minutes. I'll join some of them and let's see if we could finish off this exercise. Then we will conclude this session, and then we'll just have to focus on the product breakdown structure and the work breakdown structure. All right, so we're heading into the breakout rooms now. All right, so again, the exercise now is to see how much of this we could fill out with regard to the Toy Recall project. Right, so I'm seeing that most persons are back, so I hope that exercise went well. Any thoughts in terms of what you were able to accomplish in terms of like the acceptance criteria? Could you post what you would consider to be one of the acceptance criteria, right? So I have one message here: recall 80% of all effective units within 2 weeks. So it's important to provide timeframes. 100% recall within 4 weeks of the announcement. Refunds to be provided to all customers with verified bills. So again, the criteria there is that they must have a verified bill. Disposal of units to fit all environment requirements by law, and public apology within 48 hours of initiation. So those are some pretty good criteria. Again, it follows the same pattern of the objectives in that it must be specific. It should be time bound, as the case may be. So that will close off our discussion on the scope statement. Again, there were just 2 videos that we would not have looked at, but you will have the links to them. So we looked at what is project scope, all the requirements of the project. Right, so this, we just share the screen. Apparently I lose the sharing ability once. Right, so what is a project scope? Are you seeing the screen now? All right, is everyone seeing the screen now? Yes, good. So what is project scope and why important? The importance of a scope statement. Remember the scope statement and its content, such as the deliverables and the objectives, the assumptions. Those are not the only things that are put. It will vary from project to project, but we're using the guidelines found in the template as well. And then we looked at what are deliverables. Those could either be products or services. We look at some of the constraints based on the 6 enhanced, the enhanced triple constraint. Then we look at assumptions, things that are believed to be true, and we consider SMART objectives as well. So in terms of some of the journals that will be sent will be these: influence of scope creep on project success, scope creep monitors level of satisfaction, scope management, significance of scope in project success. And of course, as I said before, the URL linked. So folks, we are now on the home stretch. So let's see what we could do in terms of getting the work breakdown structure completed, which would be number 4. And I think this could be fairly quick because I think most persons might be familiar with a WBS. And even if you're not, the information here is fairly straightforward. All right, so let's do that. All right, so let's start this session. Right, so session number 4. By the way, you all are doing well thus far. One of the expressions, making mistakes is better than faking perfections. So an interesting comment. What were some of the pre-session activities? These were some that would have been sent. And of course, you had some websites that you could have gotten some information from as well. In terms of the objectives, what is the work breakdown structure and its use within project management? And what is the product breakdown structure? For the purposes of the assignment, the one that we're concentrating on is the work breakdown structure, not the project breakdown structure. In terms of how it aligns with our project life cycle, the product breakdown structure and the work breakdown structure are found in the design part, the planning stage. So they're one of the tools, one of the things that the work assignments that will be done in order to detail the project. Right, so that's one of the key components there when it comes to the work breakdown structure. So let's look at, just check the chat here. Right. Is a PBS needed for process scope? The WBS for the product scope, in fact. Right, so the WBS and the PBS are two different things. They look at the project from two different perspectives, and there will be a slide that will kind of explain it when we come to it. Right, so I'll leave that question for when we come to this slide. So let's continue. So with the work breakdown structure, based on your understanding, what is a work breakdown structure? What do you understand a work package to be? And what is the 100% rule in the WBS? Right, and it's true, PMBOK does use the WBS. Right, so what is a work breakdown structure? Anyone? That's based on the terminology itself. What is our work breakdown structure? Right, it's a tree structure showing tasks and subtasks to achieve the final product. And that is partly true because the WBS doesn't only have to be represented in a tree format. It could be represented in a free format. It could be represented in other formats as well. It could be represented in an outline view as well. So there are different ways to represent the same WBS. The one that we are more familiar with is the hierarchical, which kind of resembles an org structure. So as mentioned in some of the comments here, the WBS details the work to be done. It is one of the first tasks that the project manager must perform after they've been engaged to work on the project through the project charter. So this is where they're going to do a detailed breakdown of the work. Now, when we talk about the work package, we're talking about the lowest level of work to be done, that it can't be broken down any further. And the work package represents the activities to be performed in the completion of the project. Now, when it talks about the 100% rule, the 100% rule means that when you are finished with your work breakdown structure, 100% of the work has been outlined so that there's nothing left undone. So that's what we talk about when we refer to the 100% rule. So in terms of describing what the work breakdown structure is, they talk about it being a hierarchical breakdown, but as we said, WBS could be represented in other places, but the main point is to break down the work into smaller packages. So this is an example of a WBS, where you have the main project, which at the top, level 1, is drawing diagrams. Then at level 2, we have the major deliverables. Defining node and arrow styles were represented in green, positioning the nodes, drawing arrows between nodes. And then below that, we could have had a third level, but in this case, all the components below represent the work packages. So for the first deliverable, setting shape, choosing color, adding shade. What this means, if you were to use the 100% rule, if those 3 elements are done, would it help us accomplish the major deliverable, which is defining node and arrow styles? And if it's done, then there's no work that is left outstanding. Similarly, for the positioning the nodes, and also 2 of drawing arrows between the nodes. So again, work breakdown structure. Now, in terms of the formats that the work breakdown structure could take, we'll be coming to that. And after that, we will also define things like what is the work package. So with the work breakdown structure, the purpose of it. You notice what it says here in the slide. The purpose of the work breakdown structure is to structure and assign project into various activities in order that 1, detailed planning could be performed. 2, costs and budgets could be established. the objectives linked to available resources, and then you specify the authority and responsibility that can be assigned. So the way how we look at the WBS is that the WBS is a launching pad for other activities. So when we think about the WBS, as we would see in the next slide, we notice that in the second point, it breaks down the project into deliverables. And then once that is done, because once we know what the work is, all the work involved, we can then put cost to each package. Then we could assign resources to each package. And then from that, we will know how to schedule it. Because if we have one resource working on several packages, we may have to delay the work or extend the work. So the WBS is one of the key things that a project manager works on. But the point about it is that he cannot work on it alone. He should work on it with a project team along with it. So the preferred model based on the question being asked is using the hierarchical model, where just as I showed in the previous slide, where you have the two previous slides, you have the element on top and it's like a hierarchical structure. That is the preferred representation of the WBS. Good. So that's what this focuses on. Now, when we talk about the work packages, we're talking about those activities. The activities that need to be done in order to deliver the product or the service or the deliverable. So it says only when work packages are complete can deliverables be realized. And that's what we looked at in the chart. When you looked at, let me just go back a bit, sorry. So as we said, these items here in purple or pink, light pink, just get my annotate on. So these activities here are like your work packages. So when these three things are done, this one on top gets accomplished. Right? So that is the whole purpose behind it. Good. So now continuing. We talked about the purpose. We talked about it provides a launching pad for other activities. We looked at the work package. And now we look at a simple thing called the 100% rule. It says that with the rule of the WBS, it means that 100% of the work is defined by the project scope. It captures all internal, external, and interim deliverables so that under each major deliverable, you have children. When you accomplish the work that those children involve, it means that it fulfills what is required by the parent. Right, so we have the 100% rule here. Good. So going on. Now within PMBOK, because this was a question I was also asked, remember we're not focusing on a methodology for the first assignment, but the WBS is associated with the project management body of knowledge, whereas you may find the PBS is more affiliated with your Prince 2. But for the purpose of the project, what they are using is not the PBS, but they're using the WBS. And that is why I mentioned, even though you may be using a particular methodology, there are particular portions of other methodologies that are used and incorporated. Because as I said, PMBOK is more like a framework, a guide in terms of what is required at each stage. So that is the creation of the WBS. So we're going to look at some characteristics. This is an important video, so I'm going to send you the link for it because it kind of goes through, right? What I'm going to do, I'm going to take the risk of trying the audio again and tell me if it improves. And if it doesn't, just send me a quick message. I'll send you the link in the meantime. But I'm going to try to play the audio and tell me if it's any better. Some persons have come off of the online class. Right, so this is it, and I'm going to play it. So it says in the ensuing video, let's explore the characteristics of the WBS and note the levels in the WBS structure, the approaches in developing the WBS, what other activities the WBS provides a foundation, and for what questions are we providing answers using the WBS, and what are some tips in developing the WBS. So I'm going to play it. If it doesn't play very well, just send me a WhatsApp. Sorry, I only send the YouTube link to one person. Let me just send it to everyone now. All right, so I just sent it there so you can check the link and look at it on YouTube. So these are the questions, and I'm going to play it now and tell me if it plays any better. No. All right, so no. So I'm not going to go through that. So please look at it. I just sent the link. I just play it without the audio. So definitely bandwidth considerations doesn't allow for the proper playing of audio nor video. Interestingly enough, when I did it with a smaller class during the week, no problems with the audio. So I would really think it could be the size of the class and, you know, the internet as well. So I'm going to play it. In the meantime, you could look at it and we'll discuss it after. Right, it's just about 9 minutes and a half in terms of it, but it will explain a lot behind the WBS. All right, so let's begin our little discussion. I hope you'd have got an opportunity to look at it, and if not, maybe an opportunity to take a stretch as well. So the first question is, what other activities does the WBS provide a foundation? Any thoughts on that? Again, feel free to use the chat. So it provides a foundation for what activities? Right, so it provides for cost, correct? Right, for risk management, because if you know what your activities are and you know what your major deliverables are going to be, well, those are the ones that you need to track that they wouldn't be disrupted. So it provides a basis for cost, risk management, any others, delegation in terms of resources, who will be assigned, and any other thing it provides. Well, it doesn't per se tell you in terms of time estimation, but from the WBS, you could then proceed to estimate durations, which is what you do when you get into the activity list and the network diagram. So those are the things that will be done as an offshoot of the WBS. The other question, for what questions are we providing answers using the WBS? Because remember, it says that the WBS doesn't, it helps what and how. So what we are detailing in the WBS is the what we're going to do. We don't sequence anything. We don't provide durations. All of that will be offshoots of the WBS. As you would have realized in the video, one of the things they suggest is that the WBS should not be decided just by the project manager. He needs to involve his team. And a fantastic way that groups have found to be helpful in detailing a WBS is by making use of the post-it notes. So just a note that WBS doesn't answer the question who, it more answers what are the activities that we need to do, what are the components of the work, what are the work packages. And then the last thing is, what are some tips in developing a WBS? Well, I just mentioned a few of them. Right, you don't do it alone. And plus, it is always good to use the sticky notes. And as it says, it might be better not to use software at the start because there are some things that software will miss. Good. So we appreciate that. Right, so going ahead. So as we said, it provides a framework to compare cost, time, schedule. And then we said the WBS answers the questions what, and to some extent, it answers how. Now, what are the various formats in which it can be represented? Well, we'll just go through those. So we have the outline view, you have the hierarchical structure, you have a tabular view, and you also have the tree structure. The most familiar, which we are going to use for this one, is the hierarchical structure. So this is giving you an example of the outline format. This is giving you the org chart, which is the one that we'll use, a hierarchical. Then this one talks about it as being a free format, right? And those are the formats that we could represent a WBS in, but the one we were concerned about is the hierarchical. So now we move on to product breakdown structure. And what is the product breakdown structure and what's the difference between a PBS and a WBS? Any thoughts? And in fact, we had a description of it in the video. All right, so tell me which slides you want me to go back to. Do you want me to go back to the start of the WBS formats? Sorry for moving like bolt. So let's go back. Nope, no harm in doing that. So tell me where you want me to go back to. Is that good enough? Up to the WBS format options. Right, I'm seeing some persons already answering what the PBS deals with. It deals with products and not tasks. Very nice. So as we said, it's the same project viewed differently. So one looks at it from the work to be performed. The other one looks at the products to be delivered. So that's very good. So I'm going to go on to the next slide. We have the indented outline format. Then you have the chart format. And then we deal with the WBS3 format. I'm seeing some questions on the WBS. I think that when we go into the other slides, you'll get that. So did everyone get their screenshots as required so that I could continue? Okay, good. All right, so with the product breakdown structure, as we said, and as was mentioned, it breaks them down into subproducts. So we have an example here on the screen. So whereas before, if we were doing the WBS, we might have foundation, and under foundation, we may have digging trenches, tying steel, piling holes. That's work to complete the foundation. But in this case, they look at the product of foundation. Right, at least they talk about those. So these are the types that they mention in terms of the, so this is looking at it from a product. So look, if you look at the second layer for the building, or let's look at the one they elaborate on the plumbing, instead of having fitting plumbing and gluing plumbing, they have piping, and all these things are required for piping, sewage, all these things are required. So again, only looking at it from product perspective. Same thing with electrical, same thing with windows. So this is one example, and part of this was seen in the video, where you look at a motorcycle, and what they break it down into is the subcomponents. So the motorcycle, engine, frame, suspension, and they break it up into percentage. You'll notice when you add up the percentage, the three major deliverables at the top, the engine, the frame, and the suspension, if you add them up, will work out to be the 100%. That's like the 100% rule in the WBS. And then what they do now, on the engine, they break down the components. Well, the work required to do the will comprise 14% of building the engine, the head 20%, the battery 9%. So again, they're looking here at sub-components or products. Now, if we had to compare the two, right, so going back to this, right, review the last slide with, right, so just to go back to this again, WBS is common to PMBOK. Product breakdown structure is common to Prince2. They look at the project from two perspectives. The work breakdown structure focuses on the work. The product breakdown structure focuses on the products. Of course, to deliver the products, you will need to do work, but the emphasis with the PBS is on the product. Whereas with the WBS, it focuses on the work, but when the work is done, it will produce a product. So it is looking at it from two different perspectives. So whereas we saw the house, it doesn't actually show you the work, it just shows you the things that need to be accomplished. Within that, you have work that needs to be done, but the PBS focuses more on the product, WBS focuses on the work. So could they both be used in conjunction? Definitely they can, because it depends on the perspective of the person looking at it. So we're going to compare it when we go down to 2 slides a little lower down. So we're good with this diagram. Again, if you have any screenshots to take, you can. But when we come down here, this is where we're making the comparison. So both of them are talking about the manufacture of a vehicle or a car. In the PBS side, we see where the car is broken down into subcomponents. In this case, one of the subcomponents or the subproducts is the door. And then they go into the door, door card, door handle, door switch, glass window, pillar, door locks. When all of those sub-products are completed, you'll have your door completed. If you look at the same thing with the work breakdown structure, they have assembled car. Again, operative word is a verb, not just in noun as is in the PBS, but they talk about assembled doors. So whereas the PBS focus on the sub-products, the WBS focuses on connecting all the door switch, plug the door handle, plug the door lock. They're looking at the task and the action as summarized below. So on the PBS side, final product, sub-product, sub-sub-product, with the WBS workstream, task, and action. But again, for the purposes of the project, we'll be looking at the work breakdown structure. So the next thing that we focus on as we're winding up here, we're focusing on what are WBS codes and PBS codes and how are they used in WBS. Have you ever heard about WBS codes? Have you ever heard about PBS codes? Anyone? Have you ever heard about those things? You're doing well so far. Keep it up. Keep it up. 68 still on, so that's great, including myself. Good. Right, yes. So let's look at it in terms of the WBS codes. It's basically a numbering system for the WBS. And each level will represent a different detail of work. So let's look at the numbering system for the WBS and by extension the PBS. These are the ones that we are accustomed with. Let me just get my spotlight. So with the spotlight here, so the first level, so if you were taking an example of a wedding, and the wedding was the example, then the wedding will be at this level, level 1.0. So in that box, we will put wedding. And as it mentions to the right of it, the project is the overall project under development. So if it was house, it will be house. If it's manufacturing a car, that will be the end result of all the activities below it. Then if we look at what is referred to as level 1, because the first one is looked, well, this one is looked at level 2, sorry. We notice how they number it. 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. So this is the second level. And they usually represent the major deliverables. So just as how we looked at the building, just as how we looked at the plumbing, we looked at the electrical, that is the major deliverable, level 2. You could further divide them into another sub-level, which is just below it. So under 1.2, it will be 1.2.1, 1.2.2, 1.2.3. You'll also notice, in order to properly indicate on the WBS what is the proper numbering system, and I'll show you that in a bit. Let me just go back one slide as requested. And I'll come back to that. Right. So this diagram doesn't, 1.1 is there, but it wasn't captured in this diagram. It will start at 1.1. We just took an excerpt out of the diagram. So it will start at 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 going down the road. So even though you don't see the 1.1, it doesn't mean to say it isn't represented. It will start at 1.1. So that's a good question. Right, so thanks for the question. Right. Now, in terms of how it is drawn in our WBS, you'd notice based on the arrows here, it is drawn as if all of these sub-deliverables are in parallel. The reason why that is done is that if it were instead drawn like how this one is drawn, where the arrows were drawn through the different tasks as if they were in series, it will mean that this here is the child for this will be the child for this, and this will be the child for this, and that may not be true. Because as an example, under joinery, if that was 1.2, you may have bill cupboards, you may have design countertop, you may have something else here, make tables. They are not dependent on each other. They're separate activities. So we don't have to wait until the table is finished in order for us to do the counters. We don't have to wait until the counter is finished in order for us to do other things. So the proper way to draw it is not as if it's going through the different tasks, but rather it should be drawn as if it is in parallel. And that's like this on the outside like this. All right, so just going back. So we go down to, after level 2, we go down to the work packages, which is kind of represented by the activity boxes in white. That's what we're seeing. So here, what you're seeing here are the work packages. So this is the work package for 1.2.3. It will be 1.2.3.1, 1.2.3.2, and again, represented in parallel. So when these 2 items are finished, this one will be finished. When these 3 items are finished, it will lead to delivery of this. When these 3 items on top are done, it will lead to the delivery of your final project. Right, so that's basically what that focuses on. All right, any questions there? Right, so one question is, can they be undertaken simultaneously? Yes, they can be, but it depends on a few things. One will be the availability of the resource, because if the resource for 1.2.2 is the same as the one for 1.2.3, even though there may be tasks that could have been done separately because it's the same resource, it can't be done simultaneously. So it also has to consider the resource. So just repeating, for those that are not seeing the 1.1, it doesn't mean that we start at 1.2. We just had cut off a portion of it. This is what was available on the internet. So we just cut off a portion in order to get the diagram in. But level 2 will start with 1.1. And you will determine how much major deliverables you have up here. So just to bring it a little clearer in the next slide. So disregard these arrows here as I told you in the one before. So 1.1, final outcome. Second level, major deliverables. Third level, supporting deliverables. And the fourth level could be work packages. It could be more detailed than this. Right. So somebody is asking, after the critical path analysis, would the WBS be revived? Right. So the WBS, because it deals with what, is not going to be affected. But what happens in planning, after I do the WBS, I may think it's complete. But as I go to do the other activities that the WBS provides a platform for, I may realize that, wait a minute, there are 1 or 2 things we left out. And as a result, I will have to go and adjust the WBS. But the critical path and the WBS task are separate and apart. So the WBS is, as you said, a visual of all the things that need to be done for the project, right? It doesn't talk about sequencing, it just answers the question, what? Good? Right. So in terms of which levels will have to be included, basically, in terms of the network diagram, and again, we'll go into that because next week we do critical path analysis. Let me just go back up a slide based on the question that is asked. Now, normally, this sub-deliverable here, we may leave this out because we try to make it simple. You know, it's the first time doing the WBS. So we may just do 3 levels, 1, 2, and the work packages. So ideally, what should be represented in the network diagram are all the work packages, because these work packages are the activities, and the activity diagram is what indicates what the activities are. Right, so I hope that answers your question, Anika. And as I said, when we get into the critical path analysis, we'll go into it a little bit more. Right? Now, seeing that we're nearing the 4 o'clock period, there'll be one other thing that I will leave for you to do on your own. There's a video that I will provide, and this one goes into practice. I'll encourage you to look at this video that is demonstrated here. So I'll encourage you to look at this one on your own so that you could get familiar with the WBS, right? So you'll have the URL for that. And just a few other things. We just have one more breakout session to complete. So in terms of what are some of the advantages of the WBS, what are the benefits of using a WBS for projects, and what are the pitfalls? I'll show you some of these slides, these images will be sent. So in terms of some of the benefits, it's itemized here, so you could take a look at it. It's probably easier to read off of this one. The WBS identifies all the work. It breaks down the project. It also allows you to be more accountable. It prevents you from forgetting tasks, and it represents all the work to be accomplished. We also said with the WBS, it provides a launching pad for some other activities. And that's what we want to bear in mind. That's what the WBS enables us to do. It provides a launching pad for other activities. Right? Now, what I'm going to just take a few minutes, a few seconds to do is just to show you what some of the students would have provided in the past assignments. So this is concerning the WBS. So just to give you an idea of what some of these look like. So you notice here, one of the projects was a CAPS conference where they had to plan for a conference. Let me just get my spotlight on. So this was a project here, the CAPS conference. You notice that they color coded it. And they gave you the different levels. So you notice 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. So these were the 3 major deliverables. Then under them, they had another level where they further subdivided this 1.1.1, 1.1.2, 1.1.3, 1.1.4, 1.1.5. And then under each of those sub-deliverables, they would have put their activities. So when they did their activity list would have been represented by the items in gray. This was one of the better ones that I've seen when it comes to WBS. Very detailed, straight to the point. For the other one, I'll just show you this one here. So this was an extension of the previous. So with the WBS, they may not have been able to fit it on one page. They were allowed to spread it across 2. Well, this one is one of the best ones. The unfortunate thing is that when they do the marking, they don't give individual marks for each. So you can't say, well, okay, this person's WBS was the best. They mark it according to a particular criteria, which we'll share next week. But this is one of the best because of the numbering and also because of the format in which it was done. And I'll show you when you look at one or two others. So this was another one that persons did. Right, again, the CAPS conference, you see what the major deliverables are in orange. And then you look at some of the sub-deliverables, and each of them, they also have the numbering system here for the WBS. Right, so some person, one of the students asked, which is a very nice question. Persons who are familiar with Microsoft Project, we know that we could generate the WBS from Microsoft Project, but they don't want you to do that. In fact, they discourage it because they want students to learn the building block first before using the tool. And they will know when it's processed out of the Microsoft Project. So they want you to build the understanding of how it's done because you know Microsoft Project can do all of this. But if you go to Microsoft Project and you develop your WBS and now you slap it in to the WBS, they will know. Because the format of WBS and Microsoft Project is very evident and very obvious. Right, so we thank you for that question there, Rajiv. Right, so that focuses on our work breakdown structure and product breakdown structure. Just one activity which we're going to now. Right, so this will close off our session for today. And again, you all did well in holding out for the period of time. Ideally, we should go until 5, but we understand the circumstances. So this is the last one that we do. We do this as breakout groups. So in groups, so when you go out into a breakout room, right, so somebody's asking, and WBS percentages are not required. No, they're not. They're not required. And then somebody asks, right, so let me go back to the first WBS. Is that the, let me find out if this is what you were looking at. The very first one that I showed, right, the WBS. Right, that is not PBS, that is WBS. So I'm just looking for that diagram for the person who asked for the first one. Is this the one that you're referring to? Jamila, is this the WBS you wanted to pick up? Yeah, okay. Oh, the student example, my apologies. Right, I would guess you'd want to see the 2 pages across which it was spread. So this is the first one. And folks, just to get this clearly too, we're here to help you all to get through the program, right? So there's no need to be apologetic for sending several emails. That is your right. If you have a question and you don't understand, you have every right to ask. That's what we're here for, right? So students should not be made to feel that they can't ask. Now, I know some nice persons ask me for my contact number, but I'll tell you the truth. I kind of withhold from doing that. I'll probably send you my Skype address where we can talk via that medium. And one of the main reasons for that is that it's just because of some of the classes that I'm spread across. And if I make it available one group, I should make it available to all. Because of that type of traffic, I prefer to either communicate by email or you can reach me by Skype, right? So if anyone needs to reach me and they want to keep in contact, I'll give them my Skype name and you can feel free to. But in terms of questions, people, that is your right. That is your right. Yes, an assignment guideline would be presented. Student guidelines will be presented for this assignment as well as for the second one. So one question is being asked. Now for the first time students, what we normally would do, we would provide student assignment guidelines from the school to just give some idea in terms of what is required. So you can expect that as well, right? For those who, just to answer this one, I'll provide two things. I'll provide you what my email address is. RM. Right, and could I see 5 slides before this? Okay, so I'm gonna count. So I'm gonna go back. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Siobhan, David, do you know which slide it is? The 4th and the 3rd. Okay, so that's this one. Siobhan. And this one. Right, so with regard to the question, in terms of a 30-minute session in the week regarding a recap, I do rate a recap at the beginning of the class. And again, it has to be a kind of consensus. And during the week, feel free to contact me by email for any questions. Right, feel free to. So I do a 30-minute recap at the beginning of each class, but just remember, you don't have to wait till next class to send questions, feel free to. And please make good use of the discussion board. I sent an email to see if they could get that sorted out. So I will look for a response on that. Right, so everyone is ready to do the last breakout section so that we could get on our way. For those who have to travel long distances to get home. Right, so just remember that one thing, as I said, that we're here to help. I don't know it all, and the purpose is really to help. Whatever we can do to make it easier on the students, we try to make it. The one thing that we can do for you, we can write for you, and we can't. Right. You shall just pose that question again, please. I may have missed it. Just pose your question again. Okay, right. Okay, so I just missed that one, Michelle. My apologies. So the question is being asked, what tool was used? So some of them, there are a few tools that you could use. Some of them use Visio to do the WBS. Some of them use Excel to do the WBS as well. 1 or 2 persons had some other tools that I'm not too familiar with. But those are the 2 things. Those are the 2 things that we talked about. Yeah, if you are familiar with Smartsheet, that's fine. The main thing that they don't want you to do is go on Microsoft project and then come back and represent, because Microsoft does the WBS for you, and that will save you from doing work. They want you to exhibit your knowledge that you understand how to do it. All right, good. So let's look at the last breakout activity. and we'll call that a day. So this is the last one. To answer Leah, I don't have a separate WhatsApp number. So I don't share the one that I have. But as I said, if people need to contact me by email and by Skype. Good. So this is the last one. In groups, choose one of the following projects and develop a WBS, 3 to 4 levels. Now, some persons have left, so I'm just going to put back up the groups, right? And those who are not assigned, I'll just join them into one. So you're going to choose one, and you're just going to spend a little time in terms of how you will develop a WBS for one of these. So talk it over in your group. I'll leave this up, and you'll make a decision in terms of which one we're going to work on. Just work on the first level. The first level is, if it's home and construction, then deliver about 3 or 4 major deliverables underneath that, and then 3 or 4 work packages under. So just do 3 levels, right? Right. Right. If for some reason, so we're going to go into the project, the breakout session, or if for some reason I didn't answer any of your questions, just send me an email, please. Because of the amount coming in, I may have missed some. Right. So just if I don't answer all, just send me an email and I'll send me it at the end of the class and I'll try and answer those, right? And get back to you this afternoon. All right, so let's go do this last activity. I'm going to set up the rooms now and we take it from there, right? I'm going to set that up as 10 minutes. Let's see how quickly we could work. I set it up as 12 minutes. Okay, right. I'm seeing some questions here, and I'm presuming that persons wanted to get the slides that we did with the unit introduction. Is that the question on the unit introduction where we went to the format of the assignment 1, assignment 2? Is that it? Based on the persons who sent the question, is that it? The unit outline? Right, and if it's a unit outline, I'll send the unit outline. I'll send that for you at the end of the session, okay? Yeah, and again, based on the question here, you're going to get the YouTube links. As I said, I don't apologize too much for the amount of emails I send, so just bear with me. It might seem overwhelming. I'm just providing you with all the information that I feel that you need. You filter what you need, right? So I'm not overwhelming you because I just wanted to just bombard you. I'm sending you what I think. I'm giving you as much as I can. You decide how much you will take in, right? So you will get that if you don't see an email from me by 5 o'clock this afternoon. Just send me a link that you didn't get anything, right? But those things are set to go. So let's go to the room. I'm going to open up the rooms now. I may reassign persons if I only see 2 in a group. I may assign them to a bigger group, right? So I'm going to open the rooms now. I have it set at 12 minutes and the countdown time I will start about 30 seconds. And then we'll just come back together and we'll call that a day today. All right, so I'm opening now. Just watching the time. Geneva, Geneva, we get ready, please. It's almost 5 o'clock. Please. Right, so everyone is back. Any feedback on the little session there on the WBS? Right, so I'm seeing some feedback. Right, so this was just to give you some practice in terms of doing the WBS. Again, that's something that we could do on our own as well during the course of this week, just to get a little bit more practice with it. Right, and I'm seeing some persons highlighting. So about the little problem with the breakout rooms. And my apologies too for moving some of these persons. It's just when I saw the amount, my apologies. I will probably not do that another time. All right, so my apologies for that. So again, it was just to get a little bit of practice there doing the WBS. So I'm hoping that you'll be able to do some further work on it. And well, with regard to our session today, I would say that largely we accomplished what we needed to. I thank you for your persistence in getting it done. And we look forward to meeting with you next week. Right, so just to close off this session, in terms of where we are. Right, so we looked at the benefits of using the WBS. And let me just bring you to the conclusion of today's session. So I'm very sorry for hijacking some of the persons out of some of the rooms. My apologies. I would try not to do that again. So please find it in your heart to forgive me, please. Right, so I'm trying to get us back on the right, so just to recap, these are the things that we had to cover. What is our work breakdown structure and its use within project management? The same for the PBS. And again, these are some of the journals that will come to you and some of the YouTube links. So you already have, yes, so we already have our pre-activities. Just remember next week is class. We do have class next week. So we don't have any breaks, it's consecutive classes. If there's anything that comes up between now and then, we'll let you know. But as far as we're concerned, there's no break for the Easter period. We only have one break really coming down to the December period. So classes as usual next week, Saturday. All right, so just want to thank you for joining this session. I hope it was of some benefit. And look out for some emails later around 5 o'clock, and I will send the unit outline a little later than that. Right, so take care, and let's sign out now.
Bye,
Bye,
sir.
everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Send journals.
Be safe, everyone.
Okay, so
Enjoy your afternoon, everybody.
Yes,
Send journals.
Bye.
Bye.
No speeding. Stay home.
Will do.
Don't drink.
While driving.
Stay home and wash clothes. Wash the curtains.
Feed the chickens.
Paint the neighbor fence. It's Easter time and I'm working on my summer stand.